if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Let me spell that, BLOOMBERG, oracle.com/Bloomberg. Talking about your current cloud bill, they'll cut it in half. Futures -45. He lived for Thursday Night TV with our news in New York City. Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom. We have two big stories coming out of Washington. First, House Speaker Mike Johnson said Republicans have reached an agreement to increase the state and local tax deduction to $40,000. The agreement is causing a backlash from conservatives who are pushing for more spending cuts to offset the tax reductions in President Donald Trump's economic package. Republican Representative Sam Graves of Missouri.
EVs operated on our nation's roads without paying into the system, which is primarily funded by federal taxes on gasoline and diesel. Plain and simple, this is a fairness issue. And it's time these roadway users directly pay into the system that supports the very highways that they drive on.
All of the Democrats are against President Trump's bill. Ranking Democratic member Benny Thompson of the House Homeland Security Committee says it makes the country less safe.
The American people are constituents, and they won't make mistakes what is being shoveled in this room tonight, because it stinks to high heaven.
And there's late word that Democratic Representative Jerry Connolly has died. His family says the Virginia congressman that the esophageal cancer recently returned. Jerry Connolly was 75. Elon Musk will join President Trump's meeting with South African leader Cyril Ramaphosa at the White House today. The Pretoria-born billionaire has been a staunch critic of Ramaphosa's government and has spread the conspiracy theory that the country that ended apartheid is conducting a genocide against the white minority that once ruled it. Democratic Representative LaMonica McIver is in New Jersey and is set to have her first appearance in federal court today on assault charges stemming from immigration officials attempting to arrest the Newark mayor outside a detention facility. The interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina Habba, charged McIver, a twice elected member of Congress this week, with 2 counts of assaulting, resisting, and impeding an officer. McIver has denied the charges, and Democrats have rallied to her defense. Global news 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, Lisa.
Tim Surratt, thank you so much. TV Guide. Michael Barr, thank you so much. This is TV Guide. Remember we used to get TV Guide? You know, the rich people on the street, we never got it.
That was must reading every week.
I mean, and there's somebody to cover. I was like, OMG. Paul, to the new world, CBS.
Yep. Thursdays
remain unchanged with George and Mandy's first marriage.
Yep.
Ghosts. Matlock, I know that name, and Elsbeth, but Friday is mostly a new look.
Yeah.
How does this happen? How's it manufactured?
Well, I mean, every year, even during the heyday of network television, most of the shows fail. So every year you got to launch new shows, and what you try to do is find a successful show, have
like
that
Jellystone.
anchor, have that anchor, one of your important nights like Thursday, like Wednesday, when people are watching television. And you try to build off of a successful show and try to build a night around a successful show. Because back in the day, Tom, when you didn't have remote control, you had to get up off the couch to turn the channel. And so if you could have just one show at 8 o'clock, that would lock in the audience for the whole night.
No,
Happy Days,
you
Tuesday.
had to have Michael Barr and Mom and Dad get him off the chair to turn the channel. That's how I was the remote control.
That's how it worked back in the day.
The youngest sister had to get that.
Youngest
she got
sister.
stuck with turning the channel. They're like, you, up, go.
When did they merge? I mean, okay, it's all nice chat and that and Gunsmoke and, go to bed. Like I never saw Get Smart because we were allowed to watch TV in the weeks. But Paul Sweeney, when does Peacock merge with, name the other 6 names? What are they waiting for?
It's a great question, Tom, and it will happen. And I think the federal regulators will allow it to happen because what else are you going to do? I mean, they have really no other option if they want to try to grow or remain profitable and all those types of things.
Michael Barr has talked about Norm, the death of George Wendt. Go back, folks, whatever you do, particularly younger. Baby North kills it as Lilith, and her baby says his first word. Go find it out on YouTube. Norm. This is Bloomberg.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are doing a live stream on Rumble, YouTube, and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. We are not doing a live broadcast with X Spaces today. I will be doing that in the near future. I have a new setup and still working out all the different processes to make sure everything's flowing correctly. So thank you for joining. Please make sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I do live streams. I also repost and do premieres. So make sure you subscribe to all the channels so you get updated. And if there is a strike, that at least you do get some feeds on a regular basis. So it's 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All the links are in the description of this video in all my videos. So please click those links, share those links, ask your social media to follow me, trying to accrete more followers so I can inform the public about what's going on in the financial news, economics, but also how to improve your health and wellness. I'll also cover scientific endeavors and scientific discoveries too. Those are usually in a PowerPoint format. But in this case, we're going to be going over the news, anything that breaks. I'm going to tell you what's going on in the market, where to put the entry points, and my perspective on economic data. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. If you could, please help support my work. You can support my work by sharing the links, by subscribing, by purchasing the products that I offer. I have ebooks, I have supplements, and I also have course material that I created on immunology and pulmonology. In addition, you can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my webpage, on the homepage, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All the donations and the paid subscription on Patreon help me to do these videos for free. I have thousands of videos out there for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. I put it all out there for free. So please help support my work by purchasing the ebooks, the course material, donating, or better yet, get the supplements and stack them the way I stack them to slow down the aging process and to boost up your immune system. I'm taking all that experience that I have, all of that academic knowledge that I obtained, and putting it in a way where you can use it affordably to be able to help your health and wellness. Very important, right? And not only that, if you really pay attention to my shows, I actually tell you how to make money in real time. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I think I have a unique platform here. So please help support my work. Because of the stuff that I've covered during the 2020 crisis, there's censorship on my YouTube channels, all right? I'll never get out of that. I'll always have this censorship as long as I'm on YouTube. But the point here is that we can overcome that censorship by trying to cheat the algorithm. And you cheat the algorithm by making sure you subscribe to my channels. Make sure you get notified. That way, if one channel isn't notifying you right away, the probability of another channel notifying you will. Make sure you follow me on X. I have 2 channels on X and also on GETTR. That way you get notified that the live streams they're happening. And ask your social media to follow me so we can break this censorship and this. It's not just censorship of speech, it's censorship of reach, especially for the ones that were covering the crisis in 2020 on YouTube, right? You can tell who's real and who's not in terms of like information that you can use by seeing on how the system tried to censor them, all right? So please help support my work. Greatly appreciate it. Now, with that said, before we cover the market hasn't opened up yet. In New York, it will be opening up in about 4 minutes. The equity futures is trading a little bit down. It's trading about 46 points down. It's trading at 5,914. So chances are the open in the first couple hours or so is going to be negative. I wouldn't be surprised that we have a slight down day today. Natural gas futures are at 3.421. It is a little bit higher. It was trading in a couple trading sessions ago lower than that. And Gush is closed at 22.12. DRIP closed yesterday at 1039. The reason why I give you those ETFs is that's the long and the short ETFs for oil exploration. So that's a good exposure to oil companies. UCO is a good ETF exposure for actually the movement of oil. Now there is tracking error with ETFs compared to the actual future, but it's a great way to play it. And UCO closed at 2155. So let's talk about resistance points for today for the S&P 500, right? There's a major resistance point at 6,000 for the S&P 500. If you've noticed the last couple days in trading, it can't get to 6,000, all right? It's having problems at the 5,950 level. So, and I said that there's going to be a trading range between this 5,950 to about 5,750. The 5,750 is a non-structural support level. It's a non-fib sequence support level. The next fib sequence support level is 5,500. If news comes out from Washington, from the White House, that trade agreements are not going well, then the market's going to sell off. It's going to go below the 5,750 support level and trade below that, and maybe test the 5,500 level. If trade agreements seem to be moving in the right direction, maybe not resolved, but in the right direction, then what's going to happen is there's going to be this undulation between the 5,950, maybe even 5,975 to about 5,750. There's going to be this consolidation that's going to be taking place. And then the market, these inflows into these ETFs is going to try to test that 6,000. There's going to be a lot of people, a lot of algorithmic traders that are going to try to short the market at 6,000. And so there's going to be this battle between the bears and the bulls at that 6,000 level. But this is an opportunity to buy. If there's a down day in the market, buy. And don't try to get sophisticated with hedging strategies and all that. But use these as opportunities to accumulate shares. So when it does surge and go past the 6,000 and the shorts lose, all right, and the bulls win, then you're going to greatly appreciate that new cash deployment. So just keep in mind that 6,000 is a major resistance and there's going to be consolidation that's going to be taking place. Now, if great news comes out of Washington for tariffs or even the tax bill, there may be enough bulls going into the market that pushes it over the 6,000 level. So there's two event risks here that I see. Maybe three. We start bombing Iran. That's one. What goes on with the tax bill, and then what goes on with tariffs. So just pay attention to that. But we do have support level, major support level of 5,500, a non-structural support level of 5,750, and a resistance level at 6,000. Right? But if it gets past that 6,000, which it will, we're just waiting for good news. Tax bill coupled with moving forward with the tariff negotiations, then we're going to see an all-time high in July for the S&P 500. So the market did just open up, and with that, since it did open up, The S&P 500 is at 5,905. So it did go down. So we're remember, see what I was saying? It's having a problem at that 5,950 level. So we're going to be bouncing around at the 5,900 level. VIX is at 1927. It's starting to creep up again. I prefer to see it at 18 or 17. Euro USD is trading at 1.13. So the dollar is weakening, but not by much. Don't get freaked out about that. Oil is trading at 62.66. BITO is trading at 22.48. The USD Japanese yen is trading at 143.79. That's showing stress in the market. When we start creeping closer to 140, and if we break 140, go below, that's a stress indicator. So we're seeing this correlation that I've been mentioning earlier between strengthening of the yen, a creeping up of the VIX, and a selling off of the equities. Gush is trading at 21.78. DRIP is trading at 10.51. So because it's shorting oil and gas companies, it's moving upward today, at least in the open. UCO is trading at 21.81. Natural gas is trading at 3.395 right now. So that's where we're at right now. Let's go to Bloomberg and listen in.
See if the Fed is quick enough. And that to me is the existential question,
Okay.
right?
Interesting. Thank you.
Because
Brilliant.
I think, thank you, Tom. I think basically I think it's clear there'll be price pressures. I think it's also clear that there's the sentiment numbers are telling us that there's a strong risk of a recessionary, not recessionary, of a weaker economy. There was a lot of question in my mind about which would they go for if the dual mandate conflicts. Do you go for inflation, or do you worry about inflation, or do you worry about the weaker economy? I think the comments over the last couple of days seem to indicate they're more concerned about restoking inflation fears. And so if they're going to do that, if they're going to be sitting on the sidelines, and the comments that came out from various Fed talking heads were nothing till maybe September, that's the risk, is that the economy slows and the Fed's got their hands tied.
One last question quickly here. Then on the real yield, the 10-year real yield out to 2.17 this morning, a little better right now. As a precursor for a quick Fed, that real yield has to come in, right?
One would think, yeah, but also I think the financial tide in the bond market is going out. Think about it. You have higher yields this morning and a lower dollar. That's telling me that the money. Yeah. That's telling me money's flowing away. To get your wall of money question. So that's another thing we have to keep an eye on.
Steve Sosnick, thank you so much. Chief Strategist, Interactive Brokers. Greatly appreciated this morning. Paul, I'm looking at the dollar and it just doesn't have a bit. I mean,
no,
it's not like big deal headline making. Yen under a 144, stronger yen. Where's the euro? I mean, somebody was in here the other day saying euro 120.
I know, and that's not what you want to hear, Tom, and sitting in the cafe in Paris or Rome. So I don't know.
Outside, it's 10 below zero. And I'm at St. Regis Cafe outside.
Sure, absolutely.
Looking over Notre Dame.
Yep.
Tough.
Yep, that's how you roll. So we'll see how the tourism goes in Europe this summer.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah, always
and
does.
I did the flights yesterday, folks. I'm sorry. Check your flights. I think it's sobering how reasonable they are versus some of the madness of years ago. Please stay with us. We've got the markets open, the Dow, negative 354. Across the nation on your commute. Thank you for listening. Good morning on YouTube. Subscribe to Bloomberg Podcasts. It's Bloomberg Surveillance.
There was an interesting article that was on Wall Street Journal about how the Bloomberg terminal had outages and disrupt the bond auction, government bond auction. So that's something to keep in mind here. There was a outage. All right. Let's talk about resistance levels for oil as we're recycling for the commercial break here with Bloomberg. Oil's support level is at 54. Major support level, 61% retracement. Major support level. It's trading right now at 62.59. So 54 and 62. So, we're well above that. Resistance level is 65 and 68.50. So keep that in mind. Now, what I've been noticing is there's been a trading range at about 63 to about 61. And so right now it's at 62.55, and it may start getting to the point where, putting in a long position. Most likely I'll do a hedge strategy, but I haven't made my decision yet for today. BITO, the support right now is trading at 22.51, 52. There's a support level at 21.48, and there is a support level at 20. So we're trading just above that support level, right? So it's hanging in there. Now there's a resistance level at 22.50, which is slightly breaking it, right? So we have a support level of 21.48, so we're above that. And we're trading at 22.51. So we're, it's hanging in there. It may break the resistance, it may not. Now the next resistance would be 24.42. So just keep that in mind. If you're trading BITO for Bitcoin, resistance at 22.50, and we're right there, right? And then there's 24.42 for another resistance above that. So just keep that in mind. Before we go back to Bloomberg, or maybe even another news feed here, maybe even Al Jazeera, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer and the different products. I have these structural nanosilver soaps. You can get it in charcoal tea tree, lemongrass. These are soaps that I use every day. I've been using these soaps for many years. And lavender and in peppermint. Now you notice the lavender and peppermint are in the new packaging, which I think is pretty nice and clean. And for the charcoal tea tree and lemongrass, it's in the older packaging. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few soaps for your home. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Another great product that I have is C60. C60 is an antioxidant. It's a very potent antioxidant. It's in a lipid, and you can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, and you can get it also in avocado oil. Now, you take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach, for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout. You'll soak up the free radicals that you generate during your workout, and you'll also recover quicker. Now, what C60 does is it's going to soak up free radicals. It's very potent. It's almost 1,000 times more effective than vitamin C molecule. Vitamin C molecule can only neutralize one free radical. C60 can neutralize almost 1,000 times that. So it's very potent. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. I've been taking this since around 2016. Every day, take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. The higher ounce configuration is cheaper per ounce to try to save money. Now, C60 is going to soak up those free radicals in the cell, reduce the stress in the cell, help with the mitochondrial health. Your energy levels will boost up. Your tissues will perform better. Your cells will perform better, and your organ systems will perform better. Your glands will perform better. Your endocrine system is going to go into homeostasis. Your immune system is going to perform better. Even your neurons. Your neurons need lots of healthy ATP to be able to generate that energy that it needs to create those neurotransmitters. And when you reduce the stress in the cell, you are allowing the neuron to have a healthy myelin sheath, so you have good conductivity, good electric flow along the axon of the neuron. So by helping the health of your neurons, you're going to have better memory, better cognition, better neuroplasticity. So take C60, reduce the stress in the cell, soak up those free radicals, improve your ATP. And when you do that, the cells are just going to function better. And all these other organ systems are going to start to perform better. And when you soak up free radicals in your bloodstream, you're reducing oxidized LDL. When you reduce oxidized LDL, you reduce plaque formation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. It is a major pillar of my health protocol to slow down the aging process and to have more vitality. Go to my store, use discount 5. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos.
I think that might be overstating it somewhat. I think consumers are increasingly concerned about the uncertainty in the marketplace, the unknowns surrounding fiscal policy and tariffs. And we see that eroding confidence. But I do see that consumers are vocalizing a bit more concern than they are actually changing their behaviors.
Yeah.
Consumers did pull back at the start of the year, no doubt. But we saw consumers move back into the marketplace in February and gain further momentum in March. So there does seem to be somewhat of a discrepancy between the soft data and the hard data out there around the consumer.
Can you go forward then and link the hard data, June payrolls, July payrolls, back into what Alex Tanzi's writing about?
Well, that's right. A lot of the momentum, a lot of the stability in the consumer is predicated on the still solid conditions in the labor market. Now, again, I don't want to oversell what we're seeing in the U.S. labor market. We have lost some momentum, but at around 150,000 job creations on a monthly basis on average, that's still indicative of a solid, a growing labor market, still on par with the expansionary pace of the previous 3 cycles. And that will continue to provide wage support and broader support to the consumer.
So, Lindsay, I think a lot of folks are just trying to get a sense of kind of where we are in the discussion of tariffs, but and it's a fluid situation, but we're certainly not at 2 or 3%. We're certain looks more like somewhere in the low to mid teens here. To what extent does that really drag on the U.S. economy from your perspective?
Well, again, right now, until we know the specifics of the implementation of the policy, a lot of it is a guessing game. A lot of it is conjecture. And for the consumer, that means simply responding to the uncertainty in the marketplace. So again, we're already seeing the consumer pull back in response to an anticipatory increase in prices, into anticipation of more challenging conditions coming down the pipeline. But in reality, if we do see some of these tariffs go into effect longer term and raise the price of international flows of goods and parts and materials, we could talk about a material increase in inflation, several tenths of a percentage point. Now, that doesn't necessarily sound like a lot, but with inflation already stubbornly elevated coming into 2025, that could get us back on a core rate back nearer 3% by year end.
In that scenario, how do you expect the Federal Reserve to react for the remainder of this year?
Well, it's going to be interesting because right now the Fed does have a very narrow window if they're interested in providing additional accommodation to the economy. Against the backdrop of negative growth, decelerating inflation in the first quarter, there's an argument that the dovish members can make to implement maybe 1 or 2 rate cuts. But that window of opportunity is very narrow because as we look out to the second half of the year, that's when I expect inflation to reaccelerate. And we could also see a more positive growth profile for the economy. The conversation at that point is going to shift back to back to rate hikes instead of rate cuts.
Listen to you. She's reducing when she was economist. Yeah. She's going for the double trophy. Lindsay, one quick question then here. 12 months out, what's your real GDP number? Can you get over 2%?
I think it's going to be a challenge to get over 2%. I think a realistic target is about 1.5 to 1.7. Volatility quarter to quarter aside.
Did you hear that she said after a while, inflation goes up?
Yes.
They may raise rates?
I know. Well,
it's too much.
I don't need
Lindsay, thank you so much. Lindsay Stiefel, their chief economist here, and just did a killer job. We had Neil Dutta one year.
Yep.
And then Lindsay showed up.
Yeah.
And she
doing
it was
a great
great.
job.
She
Great
just,
job helping us
she
out.
just nailed it on a week-to-week basis. Down negative 363 with our news in New York City. Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Tom, Paul, Lisa. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Republicans have agreed to increase the state and local tax deduction to $40,000. That's a key issue in President Donald Trump's economic bill. Johnson spoke to CNN.
That's the agreement we came to. And, I think that the SALT caucus, as they call themselves, it's not everything they wanted, but I think they know what a huge improvement that is for their constituents, and it gives them a lot to go home and talk about.
The $40,000 SALT limit will phase out for annual incomes greater than $500,000, and the cap is the same for individual taxpayers and married couples filing jointly. Johnson says the bill could head to the floor late tonight. However, a House panel is still debating the measure even after meeting overnight. The family of Representative Jerry Connolly says the Democratic congressman died after his esophageal cancer recently returned. Connolly, who was just months ago and winning the House Democrats' top spot on the Oversight Committee, had represented his Northern Virginia district since 2009. He is the third House Democrat to die in less than 6 months. The vacancy will bring the House margin to 220 Republicans and 212 Democrats, with 3 empty seats on the left. Jerry Connolly was 75. 5 down and 5 to go. Half of the inmates who escaped from a New Orleans jail Friday are back behind bars. The latest capture, 19-year-old Corey Boyd, was being held on charges that include second-degree murder when he and 9 other inmates at the Orleans Justice Center escaped. Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill says she wants to know if overcrowding led to the breach in the security at prisons.
I'm also looking at contributing factors that may not be in the control of the sheriff at that facility, like the number of people that she has housed there and how long they're staying there and what they're there for, and whether there's a backlog in the court system that could address some of this problem.
Meanwhile, a maintenance worker at the prison facility has been charged with aiding the inmates by cutting off the water to a toilet so that they could escape through a hole in the wall behind it. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Paul, Lisa.
So the tax cut, Paul, if I get a $30,000 SALT deduction and it's a 40% tax, I've got $18,000 cash savings.
Yep.
If I got a $40,000 deduction, I got a $24,000 cash savings. So they're arguing there about $6,000 of a SALT deduction, but they put a cap on it of what? How much, Michael Barr?
$40,000.
But a cap on it in terms of salary, $500,000.
Oh, $500,000.
Yeah.
Well, I went out to Matt Miller, which I consider him our SALT expert. He is not happy with 40,000.
Exactly.
He says it should be zero. Leave it up to the states. So he's a states' rights guy. So we'll have to see. But I think that's where the federal government's saying 30,000.
I go back to, if they take this much from New Jersey, how much do you get back from the federal government versus they take this much from name the state?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. My head's spinning. Lisa Mateo will explain it to me this afternoon. She'll figure it out.
A little tax discussion on lunch.
Negative 339 on the Dow. They won't be confused in the next hour. Paul Sweeney, Alex Steele. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Okay, so we have the S&P 500 now trading at 5,913, so it's trying to recover from the session low. And the VIX is now below 19, it's at 1864. So it's looking like that this tax news is positive for the market. I'm paying attention to oil, where it's going. Right now it's still at 62.54. I'd like to see it break 62 before purchasing again. But BITO did do a little bit of a gap up in the intraday session. If you notice on the chart on the dashboard, it's trading at 22.62. So it did break that 22.5 barrier. So the new resistance level, if it holds for today, would be 24.42. Now that would correlate with a Bitcoin is trading right now at 107,000. All right, so let's take a look at some other news that's popping on the feed here. What's going on in the Cloudflare CEO on the rise of zero-click searches. Let's go to CNBC about that story.
They hide my belly and my man boob.
Our next guest says that zero-click searches, where users are finding answers directly on search engines and AI summaries, are killing the internet's business model. Joe and I were actually talking about this earlier. Matthew Prince is here. He's the co-founder and CEO of Cloudflare. Good morning to you. It's long been described as the blue link economy, as in you go onto Google, you put the search in, you get all the blue links, you click on one, and Google often makes money if you hit one of the sponsored ones. You think that that whole economy is effectively going to be going?
This is really important because a lot of people are using ChatGPT or some other search engine like Grok to get information. Now, when you do these searches on these AI systems, you do get links to further dive into where the actual AI retrieved the information. But it's radically changing search. Now, what is interesting, and I'm almost done with the book on mastering AI. I definitely recommend you reading the book Mastering AI. It's by Jeremy Kahn is the author. And in the book, he goes in detail on how our economies are going to change in different industries and how AI may evolve. Now, in the energy consumption frame of mind here, when you do a search, let's say on Google for something, let's say I don't know exactly the amount of energy units, but let's just use that as a one energy unit, whatever that unit is. Let's just say, for just comparison purposes, that searching for something for your home on a Google search is one energy unit. If you do that in ChatGPT, it actually will generate 3 to 4 energy units. It's almost 3 to 4 times more energy hogging for ChatGPT than actually a typical search. So as more and more people move towards using ChatGPT or some other AI system for search, energy consumption is actually going to increase. And a lot of people don't realize this, because for the AI to generate the information, it's more intensive energy. Now, as the AI gets smarter, it may actually use less energy over time. That's still left to be debated, and cloud servers may run more efficiently and sustainable and all this stuff. But at this moment in time, if you do a search on ChatGPT versus a typical Google or Bing or DuckDuckGo, it's almost 3 to 4 times more energy hogging. It uses up more energy by almost 3 times or 4 times the amount. That's just shocking, actually. And people don't realize it. And you can kind of sense it because it's taking time to generate. When you do a normal Google search, it's relatively quick. But when you do this ChatGPT, even though that you get a lot of information, summaries and stuff quickly, but you can see it's generating, especially with Grok. You can see that it's thinking, right? It's using more energy. That's another reason why fossil fuels and oil and gas are going to increase over time as AI starts to become more adopted as a search technique. All right. There's definitely a shift where searching is moving towards chat bots or chat GPT type platform versus the regular searching on Google or Yahoo. It's almost like if you look at that, in the early days of the internet, Yahoo had the market for search. Then Google comes in and became the dominant player. Well, actually, we may actually see that something like OpenAI, ChatGPT, will be the dominant player in search than Google, just like how Google took over Yahoo.
Under here?
Yeah, Andrew, I think that the economy is for sure changing. The best data that we have on this is if you look back 10 years ago, essentially for every 2 pages that Google would crawl, they would send CNBC, anyone who was creating content, 1 visitor for that. The rate that Google crawls at hasn't changed. And yet 6 months ago, the rate was now up to 6 pages scraped for every 1 visitor. And it's accelerated that now it's actually 15 scrapes for every 1 visitor. And what's changing is not that fewer people are searching the internet, it's not that Google is scraping more, it's that more and more of the answers to Google are being answered right on Google's page. That AI box at the top of Google is now absorbing that content that would have gone to the original content creators. And that's the good news for content creators. If you look at OpenAI 6 months ago, it was 250 scrapes to 1 visitor. If you look at it today, it's almost 1,500 scrapes to 1 visitor. And what that means is that if you're making money through subscriptions, through advertising, any of the things that content creators are doing today, visitors aren't going to be seeing those ads. They're not going to be buying those subscriptions anymore. And that means it's going to be much, much harder for you to be a content creator.
So Matthew, but one of the questions that I have is the economics of this shift when the user starts to pay. So for example, I'm a subscriber now to ChatGPT. I think I'm a subscriber to Gemini. Actually, I've got a subscription, I believe, also to Anthropic. But I'm in an unusual and blessed place to be able to pay for these services. Longer term, how are the economics of these businesses going to work if there is no advertising and if things are not being sent back to other people?
Well, I think there may be advertising. The advertising might show up in the AI companies, but you're reading that derivative content. You're not reading the original content. Imagine that, I went and said, I'm not going to watch CNBC anymore. I'm just going to ask ChatGPT, what are all the interesting things?
Blasphemy.
Don't even say it as an example.
As an example, but
don't even say that.
Okay, so but then the question, but and by the way, you're right on. As a content creator, and that's what we do for a living, there is a fundamental question about whether these services or others ultimately should be paying for some kind of access to this information. And then the question is, what does that business model look like to you?
It's fascinating that it's not sending the users to the original source of the content. Now, you can click the link, but most people don't. They just read the actual summary with these ChatGPT open, open AI type searching methods now. But like he said, it's scraping. When you're asking the AI for something, it's scraping more of the page and summarizing it. So if you have a website, you may see more hits, but you don't really have user engagement on your website. It's engagement on the summary of the chatbot. And you can see that as it's scraping more of the internet for each of your searches, this is part of the reason why the energy consumption is more that I was mentioning earlier. I don't know if he's going to mention energy consumption. I doubt it, but there's an energy consumption part of it. So if you have a website, you're creating content, you're getting less engagement with your users than you used to. And the world is using more energy to do it.
And is there any chance of a model ever even being created? Or are the tech companies, like they have in the past, moving so quickly that there's really no opportunity? And by the time something gets settled in court 10 years later, the horse is out of the barn.
I think if the answer is court, then you're right. The horse will be out of the barn. But I think the answer can be actually technology. You can use services like Cloudflare, and this is what we're working with the largest content creators to do, to say, you can't access my content if you're an AI crawler unless you pay me for that content. And that's exactly what the future has to be. The fuel that runs these AI engines is original content. So that content has to get created in order for these AI engines to work. And if you look at the most thoughtful AI companies that are out there, they understand that they have to pay for content. Someone like OpenAI has actually done content deals with a lot of people, but they can't be the suckers. They can't be the only ones paying when their competitors aren't. So what content creators have to do is restrict access to content, create that scarcity, and say, you're not going to get my content unless you're actually paying me for creating that content.
You know, some people looked at those OpenAI deals and thought that that was just sort of a way station, sort of something to sort of.
So it's almost to the point where content creators are going to have to create a paywall to prevent the AI from crawling its website.
Get over the hump. There is going to be a day where you might be able to remove the content creators completely. I know of a number of sort of, I wouldn't call them news organizations, but sort of news organizations that think that they can sort of cobble together the news, if you will, from not even news content creators, but maybe even, and this is what I think Elon Musk to some degree thinks is possible, to be able to create it off of something like an X, and what you think that means.
Well, I think in that case, so first of all, I actually am much more optimistic about the future of content creators. I think if content is just sort of randomly strung together, quick hitting, headline first content, the stuff that has sort of driven a lot of the web over the last little bit, I think that is going away. But original content that is actually highly valuable is, I think, going to be more valuable in this future. I'll give you an example. I live a lot of the year in Park City, Utah. I'm a skier. I care enormously whether it snowed more on the east side of the mountain or the west side of the mountain if I'm going to go out skiing. And I pay for a service that's actually going to tell me that. If I'm going to use an AI engine, I'm going to pay for the AI engine that actually has the exclusive access to that unique content. And for that content creator, that weather forecaster that is there doing the hard work in order to generate that content, for someone like you who's doing really unique, you're the hardest working guy in the financial press. Like, that's the sort of thing where I think AI companies are going to value that content. They're going to be willing to do deals for that content, but it has to be something where there is exclusivity, where you don't do that for everyone that's out there, and then you actually restrict the access for some of those, for any of the AI companies that are not paying you for the original content you create.
Get ready for huge savings. The Memorial Day sale is on at Raymore and Flanagan with incredible deals on living room, dining room, and bedroom furniture. Now is the time to buy. Enjoy unbeatable Memorial Day deals.
Alrighty. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,919. VIX is trading at 1863. Oil is trading at 62.36. So there's a little bit of a decline in the price of oil. And BITO is trading at 22.65. And in the early part of the session, it was trading at about 150. I'm sorry, at 22.50. Okay. So with that said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I think AI is radically going to change the job market. It's going to radically change in how we interface with computers over time. And it's going to radically change actually our energy consumption. And that energy consumption is going to go up, at least in the short term. Maybe artificial intelligence and better engineering and sustainability will create materials that will be using less energy and producing less heat. Another huge problem with these AI systems, not just is the energy consumption. They're consuming lots of information to build these models. All right. It's very inefficient when you compare it to the human brain. The human brain does warm up, but the human brain can compute and figure things out pretty amazingly, right? These systems that they're building, these huge servers, produce lots of heat. And so there is going to be a shortage of water. Water is the main source of cooling these systems. So water and energy are going to be gobbled up by these systems until better engineering, better heat producing systems are more efficient systems are developed. Now that's going to take time. And that's probably, we're looking at an arc of, 5 to 10 years before they're more efficient in terms of dissipating heat, reducing the amount of heat that they do generate, and running more efficiently in terms of energy consumption. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. The vitamin C and magnesium will help with your skin, your brain health, and your immune system. Magnesium is very important for brain health. It also increases the efficacy of D3. So take magnesium every day. Magnesium zinc also helps with brain health and immune system. Stack these together. It's a powerful stack for your immune system, for your brain health, and for your skin. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Stack these together, really important. And again, take magnesium to increase the efficacy of D3. Now, let's go to Bloomberg.
This is down 7% in the S&P, and that's dragging down the whole sector, even though the whole sector in general is trading a little heavy. There's a proxy vote fight with Elliott. They got a fight on board members. It's been really rough for the company. It looked like Phillips 66 was going to win. Now it looks like Elliott's going to win, hence the stock slide.
Okay. Lori Calvasina at RBC Capital Markets, meantime, she is sounding a note of caution for investors.
We know that these periods of turmoil end up being buying opportunities. We don't know exactly, sort of how quickly you get back to past highs and when you exit the period of chop. And I am increasingly coming around to the view that we're in an extended period of chop, that this is not off to the races.
And Canada Goose here is pushing higher. The maker of those winter coats, I Can't Afford, reported fiscal fourth quarter revenue and adjusted earnings per share that beat analyst estimates. They sell a vest for $750.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like what?
I mean, I'm sure the vest does a dance for you and does your taxes and cleans your house, but still.
Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. And it's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
Thank you so much. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We're joined now by Bloomberg's Denitsa Sekova. All right, looking at United Health, lots of layers to the sell-off today.
So many layers to that story. It's been a very volatile week, month to the stock. To date, it fell as much as 6.7% in trading. In earlier trading, it was even more. The latest move lower comes after The Guardian reported that the health insured secretly paid nursing homes to reduce hospital transfers. Nursing home residents who needed immediate hospital care under the program failed to receive it after intervention from United Health staffers. There are a lot of layers to this. There was recently, last week, the company had like a 18%, 20% drop after a report that it was under investigation for possible Medicare fraud. The stock is down about 40% year to date. We have a great story on the terminal about how very few, actually just one of the analysts saw this coming. There was only one sale rating before the sell-off started. Actually, United Health was the highest rated S&P 500 company. It had a ratio of 97% buys. Now we had a downgrade from HBC. Obviously, things are changing fast, but it's just fascinating how few people were expecting this big drop in the stock.
Doesn't reflect well on my whole research business.
Yeah, no, it's tough. But hey, one got it right.
One got it right.
So there's something there. Also looking at, speaking of $700 vest, Canada Goose.
Yes, a great day for $700 vest. Canada Goose rose 21%. That it really keeps going up. We saw the outwear maker reporting first fiscal fourth quarter revenue and adjusted earnings per share that beat what the street was estimating. The company said it would not provide an outlook for fiscal year 2026. And this, of course, come with the macro uncertainty, the dynamic consumer patterns. So this is yet another company where we see that the outlook going forward is very hard. Where we're seeing a very bright spot is the strong direct-to-consumer sales in Asia. This is excluding China. So perhaps that's one reason investors are so optimistic today. The stock is actually and clearly this is targeting the very high-end consumer. Canada Goose says that consumers are responding well to an expanded. Executive said apparel has been one of its biggest segments of growth. So an interesting place to watch and really a sentiment indicator, I would say.
All right, one more. Lowe's, what's happening there?
It was interesting. The stock was up a little bit in earlier trading. Now some of those gains are erased. It's similar to the Home Depot story we saw yesterday. The company beat expectations during the last quarter. Shoppers continue to buy those home supplies. One interesting trend we're seeing is that maybe they're stepping back on those big renovation projects. They're doing smaller ones. So clearly the consumer is doing okay. But this is a space where everyone is watching, everyone is very worried. And especially that space is very vulnerable to tariffs because many of those products are sourced overseas. So everyone is looking at that space to see cracks as we're getting more news about how this affects supply chains and the consumers. The company's down.
And what's really important here is as the market session continues, oil is starting to go down again. It's at 62.20. It may break the 62 mark. Might be an opportunity to buy. Gush is down 21.50 and DRIP is 10.68. And UCO is at 21.55.
In the stock market, subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere that you listen. The main action, though, taking place in D.C. The latest is that Speaker Mike Johnson says there has been agreement reached on the $40,000 SALT cap increase. Joining us now is Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent, and she joins us now from the White House lawn. Is this a done deal?
Yeah, hey, Alex. At this point, it really isn't. And there's a few different things that need to be worked out. Our understanding that right now the agreement on the table would be lifting that SALT cap, as you said, from the $10,000 cap to $40,000. And then people familiar also tell us here at Bloomberg News that that cap would then phase out for individuals that make an income above $500,000 per year. It also appears that the marriage penalty is not included. It's not has not been agreed to as part of this, something that those lawmakers from high tax states really did ultimately want to see. So we'll have to see if it really is enough to get all of these SALT Republicans on board, because keep in mind, yesterday, President Trump went to Capitol Hill and he really downplayed the idea that he would be in favor of lifting the SALT cap higher than what was a $30,000 cap proposal that was on the table. A senior administration official tells us that the message in the room was that these lawmakers could address this down the road, but that they want to see the reconciliation package get through the House as quickly as possible as it is. So we're going to have to see how this ultimately develops, because another thing that is throwing a wrinkle in this, of course, is that we are already starting to hear from fiscal hawks on the Hill that they're not happy about this proposed agreement.
Tyler, what's the timetable here? I remember a Memorial Day weekend kind of being thrown out there as a deadline. How do you think about that?
Yeah, so House Speaker Mike Johnson still says that this can get passed by Monday, Memorial Day. That is, of course, important to the broader timetable for this White House, which is that the administration wants to see the entire reconciliation package wrapped up by July 4th. You have to keep in mind that once this goes over from the House to the Senate, they're going to make a bunch of changes, and we're going to be having this conversation again as this legislation really starts to shift. At the moment, the bill is currently in the Rules Committee. It convened at 1 a.m. Eastern. If you were as lucky as I was to be able to tune in early this morning, you will know that it has been slow rolling so far. Democrats have introduced a whole slew of amendments that is really starting to make this process go on even longer as they try to hold Republicans' feet to the fire on a few different issues as part of this. And it really does seem that these negotiations are continuing and that potentially that could delay this timeline for House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Tyler, it does seem also that the Medicaid work requirements have been moved forward quite a bit. Now, that also is a sticking point.
Right, definitely. This is something that members of the House Freedom Caucus have wanted to see moved up. The original proposal of the bill had them going into place by 2029. It appears the sweet spot might be 2027. We're also hearing reports that it could be around December of 2026. I did speak with Chip Roy on the Hill this week, one of perhaps the loudest members of the House Freedom Caucus, who told me that he really wants to see those work requirements go into effect immediately. That has raised some really politically fraught issues for the Republican Party, including President Trump, who yesterday on the Hill said that there will not be cuts to Medicaid beyond waste, fraud, and abuse. But some recent analysis out, including one that Bloomberg News cites, does show that potentially 7.7 million people could have their benefits at risk if these changes do go into effect. Of course, that issue here is that these work requirements could, of course, add some complications to people who have been applying and make that process a little bit more complex and opaque as they try to get their benefits.
Very good. Tyler, thank you so much for joining us. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent, joins remotely from Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., where apparently it's raining. You hear that in the background.
It's coming our way.
I thought it was
Coming our
applause.
way.
What's that?
I thought it was applause.
Well, we would all applaud Tyler's
Yeah,
reporting. That's
exactly.
a definite, and also it's rain.
And that's like a 24-hour gig, because when this stuff's
Oh my
in,
gosh.
you know, when they're doing all this, they go around the clock and they're doing crazy hours. And if you're reporting on this stuff, you got to be there all the time.
I know.
It's tough going. So she does a great job for us there. So Chevron, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at oil. Could you, in 30 seconds, tell me what upstream and downstream and midstream are?
Yeah, I can. Upstream is getting stuff out of the ground.
Okay.
Midstream is moving it.
Okay.
Downstream is making it into stuff.
Ah, okay. All right.
How'd I do?
Yeah, I mean, for decades, my entire career, I never knew upstream, midstream. I hear all these energy people talk about that. I'm like, what stream are you talking about?
It's getting expensive at the Wawa.
Upstream,
Yeah.
upstream, oil rig.
Okay.
Midstream,
Pipeline.
and then downstream, refiner.
Okay.
If we need to put it into more official terms.
Yeah, that's what
I
we need to
love these
close.
Alex explain questions, guys. Keep them coming.
It's piping and also shipping, because you can ship the oil between the refineries and the actual source of the production. Depends on where the production is, especially, let's say, offshore. Okay, with that said, let's go to CNBC, and they're talking to the Deputy Treasury Secretary.
The reconciliation bill and what's a critical step before it can reach the floor for a full vote. Join us now, Deputy Treasury Secretary Michael Falkender. He is also the acting commissioner of the IRS. This is a case study, I think, Michael, in what it takes to get one of these across the finish line. We've seen it. We've seen the Democrats try to do it, and reconciliation is unique in what it takes. Are you singing an optimistic tune about who's getting whipped and whether the president was effective yesterday?
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, you think about where we're at now compared to where we were at in 2017. And what's really remarkable is the ongoing unanimity of the Republicans. So, you know, in December, took till December 2017 to get the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act over the line. We've already got a budget reconciliation bill done, you know, the joint resolution in order to unlock the reconciliation process. We're now looking to have the bill on the floor of the House later this week. We expect to take it to the Senate. And so we're making remarkable progress. We always knew that with these tight numbers, there were going to be negotiations all the way down to the end, all the way until that bill passed. But we continue to make remarkable progress. And it really demonstrates the leadership that Speaker Johnson, that Chairman Smith have been providing, and the fact that they have been working on this probably for about a year now.
The expression that don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, you always have to use that. And obviously between Democrats and Republicans, they're split, but between Republicans on one side and Republicans on the other side, there's a lot of, it's fractionated at this point. And you're asking both sides, the SALT side and the people who want deeper cuts, you're asking both of them to swallow quite a bit. And my point earlier was, you know, when you finally get all three branches of government and you have a chance to do something, when you're worried about who's going to win in 2 years, that's all you're ever worried about. It makes it almost impossible to govern.
Joe, we are going to get this bill over the line. There are going to be negotiations down to the very end. that reflects the fact that we are a big tent party, that there are a lot of different people in this party that have different types of outcomes they want to see come of this bill. This is the major piece of legislation that we're going to see come out of this Congress. And so we see representatives looking to get as much as they can for their to implement the policies that are going to best help their part of the country, their districts. And so we always knew coming down to the end that the president and the secretary and the administration were going to have to weigh in to get this final bill over the line. But we are going to get there. And as you said, we are not going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. As Reagan used to say, if you'll offer me 80%, I'll take it and I'll come back for the other 20% later. But we are going to get this bill passed out of the House this week, get it over the Senate so that the president can sign this. Because remember, what is the alternative? The alternative is a $4.5 trillion tax increase at the end of this year. The alternative is for all of the investment incentives that are being negotiated, things like bonus depreciation extensions, factory immediate write-offs, R&D tax credits. Those things will go away. We'll see a doubling of the standard deduction. We'll see increases in rates across the board. Nobody wants to see those things happen. And that's why we're going to make sure that we get this across the board by the end of this week out of the House.
Mr. Secretary, do we need to believe that the policies will spur so much growth that we can be less concerned about spending cuts? Because there are Republicans that look at the way Medicaid is administered and what happened, the way it came about under Obamacare, and the number of able-bodied working adults, not working adults, that are able to benefit much more, disproportionately much more than pregnant women or disabled individuals. And it needs reforming, but it's not going to happen again. Because as you say, the enemy of the good, that blah, 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 this is an opportunity to do something on that. And don't you think it's being missed again?
The president is working as hard as he can, and the administration is working with him to see that we enact the greatest amount of spending cuts that we can get. Ultimately, we have got to get 218 votes in the House. And so we are working to see where we can identify waste in those programs, ongoing fraud and improper payments in those programs.
Let me just interject here. Notice on the dashboard for the ones that are watching on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, or on YouTube, notice BITO is really climbing now. So we definitely surpassed that resistance point at 2250. And now the next resistance point is going to be 2442. So if the people that have been listening to me about how to trade Bitcoin, you would have made some money.
This also doesn't include all of the work that DOGE is doing on the discretionary spending side. This administration is committed to finding ways that it can increase the efficiency of the government, that it can reduce improper payments, and thereby reduce spending. We are going to continue working with the House to see where there are the votes to enact the greatest amount of reforms in some of those programs that you mentioned that we can get.
Would it be optimistic to hope that we can come in at well below 2 trillion this year, next year, the year after, or are we just stuck with that given the impossibility of doing anything about it?
The president submitted his budget to Congress recently, and you saw that we are putting ourselves on a track to getting towards a balanced budget. We're going to continue working every day with the House and the Senate to see what kind of reforms, both in mandatory and discretionary spending, that we can get them to enact. But we are committed to getting the fiscal situation of our country back under control. The secretary has indicated that his goal is to work with Congress and the administration to get down to a 3% of GDP deficit target by the end of the 4 years. And that because we know at the end of the day, we do not have a revenue problem. It is spending that is out of the norm historically. And that's where we really need to go after getting the budget under control.
It just seems like, the difference between Republicans and Democrats, Republicans blow out deficits with a lot of spending, and they would say Republicans do it with a lot of tax cuts. And there are some tax cuts here and without the commensurate spending cuts. So I just think, once again, we're back to being dependent that some of these growth projections, which some people might say optimistic, they need to come through, but you're confident they will.
We are confident because, again, if you look back at the first term of the Trump administration, the combination of tax reform, of unleashing American energy dominance, and of the deregulatory environment that we created, we saw 3% growth in 2 out of the 3 pre-pandemic years. We saw the debt to GDP ratio stabilize over that time period. And we think that we had a low inflation environment, we had enormous job growth, we had record low unemployment rates. We believe that we can get back by re-implementing the policies that we had during the first term, that we can get back to sound fiscal policy, sound economic outcomes like GDP growth, like low inflation. We can once again realize the golden age the president has promised.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'll teach you how to arbitrage Solana.
Alrighty. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work by getting the great products that I offer. Again, I've been in the show that I've been doing, going over the market in detail. You've been paying attention to me about the resistance levels and the support levels, and that when a resistance level is potentially going to be broken, there's going to be a gap up. That's exactly what we're seeing here with BITO. So if you listen, you can make some money. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to make money that day, but if you pay attention, things will turn out better for you. All right. So right now, the equity market is having a little bit of a problem. It's at 5,913. It's down by about 27 points at the moment for the S&P 500. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and start slowing down that aging process, improving your immune system, improving your cardiovascular system, improving your overall health. And it starts with simple things like brushing your teeth, all right? But it's not just brushing your teeth. It's also what you use to brush it, all right? You can't buy a better toothpaste than what I offer on my store. There's nowhere that you can buy a better toothpaste. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the best toothpaste that you can purchase. It has the structural nanosilver. Structural nanosilver is going to neutralize the bacteria that causes the actual plaque that forms, the tartar that forms on your teeth. Has no fluoride. And with good oral hygiene, you're going to help with your gums, but also reduce the chances of vascular disease and valvular disease. Because good oral hygiene prevents or reduces the chances of those, especially in your geriatric years, right? A lot of people don't realize when people get older and they can't brush their teeth, right? They physically are having problems. Their oral hygiene starts to decline and further problems with their body starts to happen, all right? So it's a major important thing to maintain oral hygiene. Get the structural nanosilver toothpaste, get a few tubes for your household. Is the best toothpaste that you can get. It'll whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum line, reduce inflammation, as the structural nanosilver. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes of the toothpaste for your household. It is the best toothpaste that you can buy. You can't buy a better toothpaste. Also go to my store and get the structural nanosilver gel. I have it in 2 forms. The tube form and also the quick dispenser form. You use it the same way, right? The same way. You can use it as an aftershave. So guys, after you shave, put it on your face. It'll help to soothe your skin. Ladies, you shaving your legs or your armpits, put it on there. It'll help to reduce the razor burn. And ladies, if you don't shave your armpits and your legs, that's disgusting, all right? So also, what's really important is to use it as a daily skincare. By using it as daily skincare, what you're going to notice is that your skin's tightening up, and also it's clearing up. If you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, put it on that lesion and it'll help to heal it quicker. And if you're not feeling well, or someone around you at work or at home is not feeling well, especially during the cold season, put it on your hands, around your nose, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nanosilver gel, You never know when you need it. It's dual purpose. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Tech world.
I mean, this week we had 2 big developer conferences from Microsoft and Google, and both of them showcased plenty of Gen AI features to tell basically, you know, they're going all in when it comes to rolling out Gen AI across their products. And Google, I mean, literally they had at least 20 big product announcements yesterday packed into a 2-hour keynote. And to my mind, I mean, there is so much to be excited about. At the same time, the thing that really stuck out was the $249 monthly subscription that they're rolling out for their AI products. I mean, they've pretty much created a consumer bundle with YouTube, with Gemini, with all of their latest products. And they're asking users to pay $249 because that's the only way for them to run this profitably. They can't make it a $20 bundle as, you know, they had in the past because it's just not profitable. It costs so much more for these companies because of their AI infrastructure. And the only way they can, you know, be at parity or generate some profit is by pricing it at $249 per month. I don't know what kind of adoption they'll get.
So what is I interact with Google AI through the Gemini search result. Is that how most people are interacting with it? And what's the economics of that?
I mean, they've changed the search page completely. So the Google search will have an AI mode. They talked about how AI overviews is driving 10% query growth. Visual search is growing. So all the products are changing and it's incorporating Gen AI features, but they're creating the most valuable bundle out there. I mean, everyone uses YouTube. So they have packaged YouTube Premium. It's like the Microsoft approach. Microsoft has the best enterprise bundle, you know, with the Office and all the things they give you with the Copilot and all the features. What Google is saying is, we'll make it so attractive for a consumer to kind of use our bundle because think of it, Gmail, Maps, all these are apps they give you for free. Now they are layering on Gen AI features within these apps and saying, okay, if you want to use the extensive features related to Gen AI, then you got to pay up because that's the only way, you know, we can kind of run our AI infrastructure profitably.
I mean, $249 though is really steep.
Yeah.
I mean, for an enterprise level, if you're a business, right, that's a different kind of subscription ability and different model. But like me paying $250 to get better Gen AI features in my Google Maps and my Gmail when it's been working fine, that feels like a long road for me to get there.
No one's going to do that.
Look,
ideally, I'm not their ideal customer.
Yeah, but if they're giving you an assistant, so the whole idea is we'll give you a personalized assistant that works very well across these family of apps. Now, everyone is a Gmail user, everyone is a YouTube user. What if you had a very powerful kind of assistant that's personalized for your taste that works on these apps? And that's why, you know, they'll give you the storage.
And that's why Apple will, once this starts to become more mainstream, Apple's just going to integrate it into their operating system and on their different platforms. It's going to take time. It's when someone says that AI assistants are ready for prime time, not even close. Not even, I bet they're not even. I bet that's 3 to 5 years away.
And that Google has.
My man's got passion for this technology stuff. Mandeep Singh, he's all in, folks. Senior tech industry analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence.
I don't know. People that are doing the subscription model for AI, if you're not a professional, creating actually models that you're training, there is no reason to actually pay for that system. No way. Not yet. It's not even close for AI assistants. The best that you're going to get is increased productivity within maybe an Office suite or Google Doc suite, whatever they call it, or pages or numbers through the suite from Apple. That's about it right now. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen and peptides. It has a very impressive typical amino acid profile shown on the screen. You can read the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Collagen is a powder. You take it every day, mix it with filtered water, milk. I put it in soft foods like hummus or yogurt. You can put it in a smoothie, and some people even put it in coffee. But the point is, take it every day. You get a big scooper, take that scooper every day, and it's a dual purpose supplement. It's going to help with your joints and your cartilage, your musculature, your bones, your skin, your hair, your nails. Very important to take every day, especially when you get older. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Now, it's really important to pay attention to the core protocol that I have. That core is max 35, max 14, cleanse. That boosts up your immune system. We're going to be talking about that shortly here. Second pillar is C60. We talked about that earlier. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. The third pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. Take them together, and that's going to help with your immune system and also your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation. The fourth pillar, the last of the core protocol, is Boomer Boost. It's going to boost up your metabolism and raise your energy levels, and you're going to have a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day. And when you do this holistically, you take this core protocol and you holistically approach your life, proper diet, filtered water, stay away from processed foods, try to eat better, less calorie intake, work out with the 4 modalities by cardio, resistance training, stretching, and balancing exercises. Proper sleep, learn new things, spirituality or mindfulness. When you do these things in a holistic approach with the proper supplementation, like the core protocol that I just mentioned, you are going to radically slow down the aging process. I am in my 50s. Now, if you compare what I have to say about this subject matter to Alex Jones, who looks younger, Alex Jones or DrPaulCottrell? Now, DrPaulCottrell is older than Alex Jones. Not only that, DrPaulCottrell is a lot more educated than Alex Jones. But the point here is that I've been doing this for a very long time. So I have experience in this subject matter. I've been doing this since I was 16 years old, where I was trying to slow down the aging process and get healthier. Reason was that heart disease was very rampant on my mother's side of the family. And my brother happened to pass away from heart disease at age 36. So the point here is that I've been hyper vigilant in terms of trying to slow down the aging process. And different decades allowed for different supplementations to hit the market in different stacks, new research coming and being published that explained how the aging process works, the longevity research that's coming out, and just overall understanding of epigenetics and proteomics, and new supplementation coming onto the market and learning how to stack them together. So I'm telling you what I have learned, either through academia or through my own experience, through the new research that gets published almost on a daily basis, and the new products that have been coming online that if you stack them a certain way, they have a synergistic effect. If someone says, just take one supplement and it's going to change your life, that's wrong, unless you're deficient in that particular vitamin Some people are deficient on certain vitamins, and it's really important to target those deficiencies. But when you're talking about anti-aging, when you're talking about longevity, when you're talking about slowing down the methylation process of your body as you age, it's a totally different game. And you got to pay attention. It's about it's about getting data, blood work, and getting data, and looking at that, every 6 months or every year, and fine tuning your unique biochemistry. Everybody's biochemistry is different, and it's not just your biochemistry is different; it changes over time. When you're not as healthy, your biochemistry is changing. When you're healthier, your biochemistry is different. As you're getting older, your biochemistry changes. You have these methylizations that take place that shut down expression of certain proteins, certain genes. So you want to slow that down and try to be as useful as possible. If you pay attention to me and you are vigilant on this, you are going to age slower. Guaranteed. You are going to slow down your aging process. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to become a 2-year-old, and let's say you start an anti-aging protocol at age 50. No. What it's going to do is first it's going to slow down the damage that you've accumulated over time, heal, and then start to, during that healing process, you're actually going to see that you have more vitality. So it depends on where your starting point is. But getting data from your doctor, it's really important. Checking to see, where your blood levels are, your cholesterol, checking your heart, see how healthy your heart is, making sure you get cancer screenings, which is super important. All right. When you do these and you have data and you are taking a holistic anti-aging protocol, you'll be able to see that these biomarkers that you're looking at in your blood or even in radiological scans are actually getting better. And if you really want to get fancy, you can do these genetic tests where you actually can test your telomere lengths. You can get biopsies and test telomere lengths for certain tissues. That's a little bit more expensive and a little bit more exotic. But individuals can start taking methylation tests of their DNA and to see where they're aging. And so you take a methylation test, and then 5 years later, after doing a protocol, you'll notice that you're better. This is the point I'm making, that it's a holistic approach. It's not just taking one supplement. When you do this, you will slow down the aging process. But you got to be vigilant. And you'll see it in the data. That you start, you get your blood work. That's your baseline. And you compare year after year on how you're improving. In certain areas, you may not be improving. And maybe you have to do something a little bit different because let's say you're having a little bit harder to control your cholesterol. Then you need to overweight some of the supplements that will help to bring down LDL. Or let's say, there may be, some issues with cognitive function. May want to start overweighting supplements that improve your neural function. But you just have to listen to your body. That's how this works. It's not a cookie cutter thing. But if you pay attention to me, you will slow down the aging process and have your body heal. It's a holistic approach. So let's talk about the first pillar. That first pillar is the max 35, the max 14, and cleanse. Cleanse 30 parts per million. You take a teaspoon a day, every day. Or you can take the max 14, which is 14 parts per million. They're all at different price points. That's the reason why I have 3 versions. Because some people can afford the higher version and others can't. And it's very important to take it every day, even if it's a less parts per million in the max 35. Now, I take the max 35. That's 35 parts per million, but it's at a higher price point. But the thing is that take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and then swallow. What that's going to do is improve your oral cavity, improve your oral pharynx, improve your epithelial lining and your mucosal barrier. It's improving your immune system and neutralizing. So when you're doing that, you're boosting up your immune system. If you're not feeling well because of cold season, allergies, or even poor air quality, because you're breathing that in and it's causing irritation in the oral pharynx, you want to gargle with this stuff. And when you do that, you're improving your immune system and you're mitigating further problems with that irritation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the max 35, max 14, or cleanse. There are different price points with different parts per million. And take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, and then go back to your maintenance dose when you start feeling better. It's really important. Take it during the cold season, allergy season, and even with poor air quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the max 35, the max 14, or cleanse. I've been taking these products for over 5 years, every day. But again, it's about a holistic approach. And what did I say about the core? The core is boost up that immune system with the max 35, max 14, or cleanse. Take the C60 for the second pillar that soaks up those free radicals and reduces stress, boosts up those ATP levels and improves your mitochondria. Lignans, ashwagandha root, and turmeric is going to bring down inflammation. That's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And Boomer Boost is going to boost up your energy levels and rev your metabolism. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Follow my advice and you will get healthy. You follow my advice even on the market, you'll make money. I'm telling you how to make money and how to get healthy. While everyone else is saying doom and gloom, doom and gloom, doom and gloom. Buy gold, doom and gloom. No, buy equities. You're gonna make a ton of money during Trump's administration, trust me.
In a bigger universe of consumers, dealing to them in the way that they want with price, adding convenience, and improving the quality and the breadth of their offering. And that just shows in the results that Walmart has been posting.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, you look at this thing, 11 times earnings, I'm getting almost a 5% dividend yield. It's almost like, wait, if you had some long-term money, that might not be a bad place to hide out. Jen Bartashis, thank you so much for joining us. Jen Bartashis, Senior Retail Staples Packaged Food Analyst. She sees it all on when you go to the packaged foods folks to buy actually the price you pay in the grocery store. Jen Bartashis is the person to go to. So you want to talk inflation. She's like our inflation analyst.
Oh, yeah. It also feels like Walmart wins in that they don't have fresh produce. So they don't lose on that, right?
Well, so Walmart, I guess it's the other thing. They bring in traffic just with this.
Well, Target has groceries too.
Is it as big?
It's not as big.
Okay.
But they have fresh food also, but like it's a weird selection. I mean, this is literally personal experience, but yeah, so it's a one-stop shop, sorta, but not really. I don't know. It's interesting. I wonder how many levers they really have in order to pull. All right, coming up, Brett Gibbs is Bloomberg Intelligence refining and renewable fuels analyst. Here we go. Yeah, yep, sure. This is exactly on John Tucker's point. Phillips 66 facing off with Elliott Management. 2 votes on the board for Phillips 66, 2 votes for Elliott. We'll see where that actually leaves the company. Elliott was pushing for a breakup. This is Bloomberg.
All right, let's go to CNBC. They're talking about Target cuts sales outlook.
Quarter results. Courtney Reagan joins us now with more. She's fast.
Yeah, I'm very fast. So yeah, looks like a pretty disappointing performance From Target for the first quarter, revenues $23.85 billion, missing the estimates for $24.27 billion. Adjusted earnings come in at $1.30 per share. It's unclear if this is comparable to consensus. We think it is, but there's this favorable litigation settlement, pretty large actually, that analysts most likely were not expecting. Comparable sales fell 3.8%, much worse than the 1.9% expected drop. Digital sales did grow 4.7%, driven by same-day options. Target is lowering its sales guidance to low single-digit declines compared to consensus for 0.3% growth. It's also cutting and widening its earnings forecast for the year between $7 and $9. Now, on a media call, Target CEO Brian Cornell wouldn't say definitively if the retailer had raised prices due to tariffs or would in the future. He did say Target has many levers and mitigation strategies it would employ first, raising prices as a, quote, last resort. Chief Commercial Officer Rick Gomez explained mitigation should offset the majority of tariff pressure, but added the retailer would adjust prices if necessary. Now, Cornell called out, quote, ongoing pressure from discretionary categories, 5 consecutive months of declining consumer confidence, tariff uncertainty, and the reaction to its upgraded DEI program, it's called Belonging, as drags on the quarter. Traffic and transactions both fell. Margins were compressed from higher markdowns and higher cost of digital fulfillment. Valentine's Day and Easter, that did drive sales, and that limited Kate Spade collaboration was the strongest in a decade. Cornell said, quote, we're not satisfied with these results. They're focusing on factors within its control. Target is setting up a new program led by its COO, Michael Fidelki, that's tasked with moving faster and accelerating growth, or re-accelerating growth rather, in the business. And Christina Hennington, as well as Amy Tu, are exiting their executive roles as a part of that move.
Can I just tell you how fascinating it was, not just to watch you speak about this so that we understood it, but if you watch the stock, as it was going, I mean, this is like algos. First, on the original back of the news, I don't know if you saw it, it was like up 5%.
Then down.
For a hot minute, it was like up 5% because people, the algos must have been reading the initial headline, probably with this legal settlement in there, I don't know.
In their favor, yeah.
Then it moved into the red. Now it's back, look, it's now back up 3%.
Yeah,
or 2%. And I know it's early.
No,
but
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, you know what the high was?
Oh, yes, life is relative. I'm not.
No, it was 260. This thing is sold out beyond belief.
Yeah.
This is that was only a couple years ago. That was in 2021. This thing is battered, beaten, bruised. Shareholders are, they're crying uncle. I don't know what they'd have to say to get this to go down more at this point. Think about that. What is 260? Is that?
Oh, you just think this is like you can't fall off the floor situation.
Exactly. Okay. That's all. I mean, 260. Think about it.
Isn't that a great phrase, by the way? I should give credit. It's my mother-in-law.
Did you what?
You can't fall off the floor.
No.
Yeah.
I like that.
No. But, and in the same period, same business, right? Sort of. Walmart. Look at that stock.
Yeah. And, we've sort of asked these.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg. I want to hear about this oil.
As of now.
First off, thanks for having me. Out this morning is that there's a split decision, like you mentioned earlier on the program. 2 for 2 between Elliott and Phillips 66, as well as some additional votes that were had during the shareholders meeting was on a declassification of the board. Essentially, Phillips 66 has a structure where board nominees go on a 3-year cycle. So, the board now is 12 members, so 4 each year. And the result from that was that Phillips 66 isn't going to declassify the board, which again makes Elliott's, push a little bit more difficult on a go-forward basis to elect more board members. But we think ultimately this is a more measured approach to Elliott's intention to, break up the company, push for a midstream and chemical sale. And we think ultimately Elliott's 2 elected board members will push a little bit more aggressively on a midstream evaluation where we see kind of the opportunity.
I mean, Phillips 66 is one of the great all-time American companies here. What do they really want them to do here?
Yeah, so Elliott had a successful campaign with one of Phillips's peers, Marathon Petroleum, and it really was a turnaround story. And if you're charting, Phillips 66 performance against their two largest peers, the most comparable of Valero and Marathon, they've underperformed, since 2019. And Elliott really is trying to target that underperformance, whether it's the fact that if you were to build up a valuation on the sum of the parts of Phillips 66's integrated story, which is rather different than some of its peers, there's a clear disconnect. And then specifically on refining alone, if you were to look at refining profitability of Phillips 66 relative to Marathon and Valero, they're trailing. So Elliott's intention was to try and find some of that valuation disconnect, and then also push for sharper refining targets to bridge that gap between Valero and Marathon.
Now, what Phillips 66 is going to say, and if you talk to the CEO Mark Lashier, he's going to say, "Look, we know how this works. We're refiners. We benefit in the long run from owning lots of parts of this value chain. Elliott, you don't know anything about our business." What's true in that?
Yeah, it's certainly true. So there's components within the midstream, roughly about $500 million of EBITDA a year for a midstream business that's about $4 billion of EBITDA. So a healthy chunk that's integrated there, and there's also some difficulties in just breaking that up that I think Phillips 66 knows, and the board has evaluated and kind of looked at for certain. The other component of that too, though, is when you were to stack all this up on some of the parts disconnect, even if you were to take into account some of Phillips 66's materials about whether it's dyssynergies or, implications of a spin, there's still valuation opportunities here that I think have some credence. And then more broadly, one of the components that is a challenge is just the capital allocation priorities of a midstream entity versus a refining entity. So midstream entities, right, can lever up to about 4 times. Right now, you're in an environment where you're trying to grow that business. Specifically, their wellhead to market or wellhead to water strategy that's natural gas liquid focused. And in order to do that, right, you want to kind of keep leverage high, continue to kind of invest in growth, whereas refining is a very, very low levered business. Investors want sub 20% net debt to cap, and they want high exposure to crack spreads. They want, when refining markets take off, about 100% of discretionary cash flow is, distributed. And those two are kind of at odds, which makes the structure for Phillips 66 a little bit complicated.
I'm looking at the board, and I see Doug Terreson is on the board of Chevron, former Morgan Stanley energy analyst, smart dude. I've met him a few times. Brett, thanks so much for joining us there. Brett Gibbs, refining and renewables analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down there in Washington, D.C. Wait, I don't think we've spoken to Brett before.
I don't think, not in my memory, but my memory is like a goldfish, so it's been hard to say.
I didn't hire him.
I rely to you on that. Yeah.
All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio and Sirius XM channel. 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM. It's presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Looking at the markets right here, the S&P 500, it's kind of paring back a little bit. Some of its losses. We're off 22 points here. It's about 0.4% of 1%. The NASDAQ actually turned positive. We're up 4 points. How about that, kids?
How about that?
So a little turnaround there. So 10-year treasury yield, 4.52%.
Here's a fun one for you.
Yep.
So the Knicks game that's coming up, Timothée Chalamet apparently is going to be there, and that is causing the tickets to soar. Apparently, seats for game 1 could cost you as much as $62,000 near.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the foundation, a great foundational set of supplements is the multivitamin and the probiotics, and you build off of it. Multivitamins are very important as cofactors for enzymatic activity, so your cells will perform better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get this multivitamin, take it every day. It's an easy to digest multivitamin that will help with your enzymatic activity. Really important. And then build off of that by taking a probiotic. Now I have 2 types of probiotics. I have one in a VeggieCap form, which is this one right here, and also one in a powdered form. I take the powdered form because I take a lot of different powders for my lunch, like the collagen and the lignans and the gladiator barley and the boomer boost. So it's just easier for me. Some people prefer to take the powder version. Some people prefer to take the VeggieCap version, but take a probiotic every day. Now, why that's important is that it's going to bring down inflammation at the gut level. It's going to help your immune system. It's going to increase the mucosal lining and increase your concentrational levels of IgA, which is an antibody. So your immune system is going to be better. And you're going to be able to absorb your food better. You're going to have a better communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You're going to sleep better. You're going to have better skin. You're going to be less irritable. And a good health gut biome is going to improve your energy levels. So it's really important. Gut level is super important. So that's why it's what I call a foundational. So take that multivitamin, take the probiotics as a foundational, and then you add to it. And that way you can kind of customize your protocol, right? But take a probiotic every day, take a multivitamin every day, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. Now, when you do these things and you stack them the way I've been telling you to stack them, you're going to start noticing that your body is performing better. All right? Your skin's better. Your hair is better. You have more vitality. You're moving around more. Your musculature is better. Your energy levels are improved. Your metabolism is improved. But it's not just taking the supplements. It's also making sure you drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods. Because those processed foods in the fluorinated water is affecting your health and your endocrine system and your gut health. So you want to mitigate that problem. So drink the filtered water, stay away from processed foods, eat healthier, take a probiotic, take a multivitamin, and get healthy. It's a holistic approach. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
%. All right, so you did the tickets, but in fact, everybody does like a winner. Let's hope they continue to win. Sales of Knicks products up 80% compared to last season's playoffs. This according to the NBA's e-commerce partner, Fanatics. You want to guess the best-selling jersey? It's not just the Knicks best-selling jersey, but for all, across all sports, Alex.
No, not fair, Paul.
Jalen Brunson.
Oh, yeah. So they've got more than 50 years without a championship, the Knicks.
Yep, I was 9 when they won a championship.
Really?
Yes. So that would be
73.
Will Chamberlain.
It was 73. It was Willis Reed coming out of the
Wasn't like Larry Bird
Walt
really
Frazier. Walt
good?
Frazier's my favorite player.
Oh no, that was the
Earl
Celtics.
Monroe, Dave DeBusschere, Bill
Early
Bradley.
Pearl.
Yep.
This is why I shouldn't
Come
participate.
on, weigh in, Alex.
I did, and I thought that Larry Bird was for the Knicks. Which I know.
whatever.
That's why I should not participate in these conversations.
We check the markets
Celtics.
for you
Right?
all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Oh,
Alex and
it's just so
Paul.
sad for me. Okay, thanks, JT. Save me, Paul.
All right, the old town of Plovdiv. If you're going to Bulgaria, that's where you go. I heard that from somebody who knows this stuff. I'm looking at Plovdiv in Bulgaria. It looks awesome. Denitsa Sakova, cross-asset reporter. She happens to be Bulgarian. I don't know how that happened. Denitsa, what are the stocks you're looking at here?
Yeah, this is my regular segment for Bulgaria, but let's look at Target first. Target cut its sales forecast. It's having a really rough day as a continuation of pretty strong start of the year. It's coming among a sharp pullback in spending, and we're having a combination of tariffs, falling consumer confidence, and really all those forces we're worried about in the economy are hitting Target at the same time. The stock is actually down 30% year to date. And what we're seeing today, the biggest issue is that Wall Street analysts are worried that this not may be the last guidance cut, that there may be more coming. And it's interesting that obviously a lot of companies in that space have felt the pressure, but Target has been especially vulnerable because apparel, home goods, non-consumable items are really the majority of their sales. Like, for example, Walmart, they rely on groceries, and that, the company is doing much better year to date. But Target, really, really rough start of the year, and tariffs, consumer, all those forces are weighing on sentiment there.
Yeah, definitely. I was a big Cat and Jack buyer for my kid. They have really good stuff. Cat and Jack, they make like kids' clothes for Target.
Oh, okay.
But then as she grows, that changes. So
Yep.
there you go. They lost me there. Okay, you're also taking a look at Palo Alto Networks.
Yeah, let's talk about cybersecurity. Obviously, that's been a big story earlier this year. We saw so many cyber attacks that has been the space a lot of analysts are watching, and it's having an alert of day. Palo Alto Networks is down about 7%. Results fail to ease those growth fears, and we've had obviously a lot of issues with that space. The infrastructure software.
Just a little bit of an update. BITO is really climbing. It's at 23.07. Again, the resistance level is 24.42, and the new support level is 22.50. But the underlying, which is Bitcoin, is trading at 1,900. I'm sorry, not 1,900. 1,000. I'm sorry. It's trading at 109, which is 109,000. So the point I'm making is Bitcoin is going up
year to date. So maybe from here we'll see some upside, but it's definitely not bringing relief, this earnings report.
Take-Two, big follow-on equity offering for Take-Two. Now, this is what happens back in the day when I actually had a job on the street. Anytime a stock moved 10 or 15% in a short period of time, I had a little alert pop up for all my companies. And I called the CFO and I said, let's hit the market. Let's go put out $1 billion worth of stock right here. Your stock's moving and the momentum's good. And 1 out of 100, maybe they say, okay. Well, here's Take-Two, I think, said, okay.
It's interesting. When you were setting those alerts, I was actually playing Grand Theft Auto 5. That was many, many years ago. And I was expecting to get the new one, and it's taken years. So that's one reason the company has had a pretty volatile few months. And of course, today the company announced plans to sell 1 billion, not today, sorry, yesterday they announced plan to sell 1 billion of new stock to investors. And this is going to be used for repayments of debt, futures acquisition. But of course, that's a name everyone's watching. It's all connected with that game everyone has been expected for years, and that keeps getting delayed. That said, the company is having a strong start year to date when you zoom out of the volatility of the last few months. So it's an interesting name to watch. Yes, today definitely not a good reaction from what we heard yesterday.
Again, they intend to do a underwritten public offering, $1 billion worth of stock. It's a $42 billion market cap company, so it's not about a lot of dilution, but that's still a good move for the company.
How long did it take you to make those 100 phone calls?
Well, it depends on the company. The alert would have to go off. And then I called the CFO and say, come on, I'll bid you right now on $1 billion worth of stock or $500 million worth of stock. Usually they said, no, thanks. Click, but every once in a while I said, okay.
Let's do it.
I'd say, give me 2 minutes. I'll get right back.
Amazing. All right, Denisa, thanks a lot. Denisa Zakova joining us from Bloomberg. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen to 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere where you listen. All right, let's get to Lowe's here. That stock now down about 0.4%. The company beating expectations, in theory, kind of bucking any kind of volatility we've seen over tariffs. Drew Redding is Bloomberg Intelligence housing analyst, joins us now. Drew, can you just do a little compare and contrast to Home Depot and Lowe's situation?
Yeah, so I think, big picture, both Lowe's and Home Depot are executing very well in a challenging environment. The main difference between the two, obviously, is their customer exposure. Lowe's has about 70% exposure to the DIY customer compared to about 50% for Home Depot. So that's really what's driven the relative performance of Home Depot. That being said, I think if you take a step back, Lowe's has really been making all the right investments over the last couple of years by expanding their presence in pro customers and improving their online platform. And that's what we saw in their results. If you look at those two segments, comp sales were up in the mid-single digit range compared to a slight drop overall. But what I also think that reveals is that the DIY customer remains pretty weak and actually decelerated a little bit from the fourth quarter.
Drew, we have our own DIY customer right here in studio, John Tucker, and I'm thinking of him walking the halls of, you know, the aisles of Lowe's, picking up some power tools. That probably comes from Asia somewhere. Maybe he's picking up some plywood. That probably comes from Canada. How are these companies talking about the tariff exposure and maybe how they plan to manage through it?
Sure. So we got an update on the call. They source about 60% of their products from the U.S. and about 20% from China, which, to be honest, was a little bit more than we had previously thought. What you have to keep in mind, though, is that this includes their direct and indirect exposure. So both the products that they're directly importing as well as ones that their suppliers in the U.S. Are importing. So every retailer is going to do it a little bit differently. You know, just like Home Depot, I think Lowe's is in a pretty good position to be able to manage this. They actually guide it for their operating margin to be unchanged compared to their prior guidance, which was certainly a positive. And they're going to do some of the same things you've heard from other retailers. They've got a lot of scale, so they're going to be able to push back on their suppliers. They also said that they don't plan to donate market share in this environment. So I think you'll see them take a portfolio approach to pricing, just like Home Depot. And basically what that means is that they'll look at the elasticities of their various products and they'll take prices on certain products where they think they have a little bit wiggle room. So you won't necessarily see it in the products that they're importing, but you know, it may be hidden in some other products.
I really appreciate Drew. Thanks a lot, Drew Redding, joining us from Bloomberg Intelligence. So I can't believe what just happened.
I know.
I'm sitting in the radio studio, and in walks in Mike McGlone. I didn't think he came up north anyway. Miami Mike McGlone. Yeah, so good to see you.
It's that season, as he kind of follows, like when the snowbirds go home, he feels the need to kind of come back a little bit. I think it's just a little bit of that genetics.
I see. Or they told him to come for a day.
Yes.
Yeah, or that
we
too.
Need you in New York.
Michael McGlone is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist. It's so great to see you in person. Bitcoin hitting another record. Is Bitcoin moving like gold as like a protection against what we're seeing in the bond market? Is that what we're seeing right now?
I think that's part of it. It's this year it's unique. It's actually following gold because we know gold made a new high a few months ago, and Bitcoin's catching up today. And all the crypto people say, "Oh, Bitcoin's going to outperform." But I think the key risk for Bitcoin is I like to put them in the same category because they basically are just the ones much more, you know, speculative and excessive, like Bitcoin, and the other one's a store of value. But it's that ratio, the ounces of gold per one Bitcoin, about 33 right now. That's the same as 2021. So this rock is outperforming this hot performing crypto asset, which is I'm a bit concerned about. The key thing is, as I like to point out, Bitcoin will do fine, and it'll do fine versus gold as long as the stock market's going up. And then we proved in Q1 that if the stock market's going down, Bitcoin's one of the first things people sell.
So, all right, let's go to gold.
Right. I mentioned that there was a high correlation between equities and Bitcoin. I think what it is that as the market's going down, there needs to be there's pressure to reduce a high beta part of the portfolio, and Bitcoin is definitely high beta. Very volatile. So to reduce the volatility as the portfolio is starting to go down, you have to shave off that volatility, those assets that are causing the volatility in the portfolio.
The dudes in, you know, the basins and they're fracking rock all over the place. The U.S. is putting out a lot of oil.
Exactly. Finally, Paul, you're heading towards the low price cure. We're hearing stories now of the declining potential production from the Permian, which is way, you know, in Alex space. The key thing is it's taking low prices. That's what it typically takes. And the big spike in prices we got to the peak in 2022 just brought on that excess supply. Now we're getting to that scale, but typically you have to get below the U.S. cost of production, which is between $50 and $55 a barrel, to really shut that off and curtail it. That's what we've done for the last 20 years. It's around $40 a barrel. So I stick with that call. And the key thing for crude oil right now is it's the macro, increasing demand and excess supply out of the U.S., decreasing demand from China, and it's the U.S. stock market has to stay buoyant. If we just roll over a little bit, that takes crude oil down to $40.
Which brings me to the question that John Tucker smartly asked. With WTI at 62, but then the energy stocks getting hammered, and I realize it's disproportionate because a lot of that's is Phillips 66. I'm wondering why that discrepancy, and if it's just lack of confidence in 62 oil.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Well, the good news is we're starting to refill the SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
So there's some kind of support.
Right? Yes, so that's support underlying the market.
How does that happen? Who buys and who do they buy from?
That's a good, better question for people digging in the market closer than I do.
Whoever they want. I mean, it depends on what they need to
So if
fill
I'm the
it.
U.S. government, I call up Exxon and say, I want to buy some of your oil that's sitting there in the tanks
Sure.
in Jersey.
I mean, it just also depends what oil you want.
Okay.
So if you want like heavier oil, which is what a lot of the refiners here use, you can't really call up anyone from the U.S. You're going to have to call overseas operations. That could still be a Chevron or Exxon, but it needs it's the oil needs.
But when you talk about producers, the key thing I look at is the futures curve. And it's very flat. It means these producers have been selling out on the futures curve for years. It's called normal backwardation. And right now it's flat across the curve around 60, which is pretty rare. I think they're hoping for some kind of reason, some kind of spike so they can sell forward and add to their production. And right now it's just every time we get these little bounces, you see the curve come back a little bit, you see more selling out in that curve.
So it's May 21st. You're in Miami. Do you notice people going back north? I mean, like
sure.
You can get the reservation. Maybe you couldn't get it at the restaurant before.
Yeah, well, it's as soon as the tulips start popping up in New York, they're out of there. And Easter weekend's a big weekend.
Is that the one? And when do they come down?
Typically by November, Christmas, typically they're coming down. Yeah, and definitely by December.
And then it's just madhouse.
Yeah, it's madhouse, but I don't really, my wife and I never have a problem getting reservations because we go early. You know, I'm usually early.
There it is.
I usually in bed by 8 or 9.
Doesn't everybody else in Florida go to bed?
Well, I guess when they're down there, they stay late. You know, usually it's a later crowd.
All right, so the Miami, still awesome, right?
Oh, well, it's the power of the tax. You can't stop it. Zero tax.
Zero tax. Is it still considered, are they still trying to attract Bitcoin and crypto? Because we don't talk about that as much as we used to, crypto in general.
There is definitely some of that. That's the key thing we have to rope in today. Bitcoin's made a record high.
Yep.
The thing that I've really noticed is that money goes to places where I don't live.
Right.
I'm more I'm a commoner.
Yep.
But but it's just it's the thing. It's the flow from all wealth is coming there. And the key thing here's a quote like to end with. They say Miami's the money laundering capital of South America. Well, what is New York for the whole world?
Right.
That hurts, Mike. That hurts. Mike McGlone in studio, Bloomberg Intelligence commodity strategist, senior commodity strategist joining us there. Coming up, Marianne Bartels, chief investment strategist at Sanctuary Wealth, her outlook on the market.
All right, let's take a look at the market. Gush is trading at 21.49. It's down since the open. DRIP is trading up, which is the short of Gush, and that's trading at 10.67. UCO is trading at 21.34. Natural gas is trading at 3.38, and oil is trading at 61.73. Now, equity market is trading at 5,930. VIX is trading at 18.23. Euro USD is trading at 1.13. BITO is trading at 23.03. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 143.69. I'd like to see the Japanese yen trading at 145 or higher. VIX is decent. You know, I'd like to see it in around, the 17 range. It's at the 18 handle right now, but it's not that bad. So overall, I would say that the biggest move so far is the drop in oil and the appreciation of Bitcoin. So let's go to another video here. This is MSNBC Morning Joe. I'm not a big fan of Morning Joe or his wife, Mika. If you are a fiscal conservative, you can't vote. So this is to demonize the whole tax bill. Americans cannot get a tax increase. There's no way. There's no way. People will not put up with it. It has to pass. It has to pass. Let's see here.
The House Rules Committee is holding a meeting right now on the Republican Party's massive domestic policy bill to advance President Trump's legislative agenda. The lawmakers convened at a 1 a.m. hearing to process and debate any changes to the legislation. More than 500 amendments have been submitted to the committee, most of them from Democrats. This meeting comes after President Trump visited Capitol Hill yesterday to pressure some party members to get on board with the bill. Behind closed doors, Trump warned conservative hardliners against steeper cuts to Medicaid. He also criticized some blue state Republicans pushing to raise the state and local tax deduction cap known as SALT. President Trump spoke to reporters afterwards.
Who told you I said I'm going to do that? That's what we heard inside the room. But it's a lie. Wait a minute. Who's told you that? You heard from people inside the room. Oh, really? It's totally true. I never used the term. I didn't say losing. I didn't even talk about it. In fact, it's the opposite. I think we're going to get it done. I'm not losing patience. We're ahead of schedule. Anybody that told you that is a liar.
And this morning, we're learning that House Republicans may be closing in on a deal to address the state and local tax deduction. 4 Republican sources familiar with the matter tell NBC News. You know, yesterday we had J-Mart on. And basically, he said the ideology is Trump. And if he goes to the Hill and he tells them what to do, you know, they'll say, well, what's the process for it? What's the ideology? And he'll say, just get it done. This was J-Mart yesterday morning, and looks like that's exactly what happened. And now, even on SALT, looks like they're coming close to a deal on SALT.
Yeah, President Trump is reported to have said in the room to Congressman Mike Lawler of New York, who's been pushing for a higher cap, like a lot of other New York, and some blue state Republicans saying, Mike, just drop it. Just drop it. So after all that, we'll see if they drop it fully, but they may not get what they want, those Republicans. And there are all many sticking points. By the way, Donald Trump supported raising the cap on SALT during the campaign, but there are sticking points from conservatives like Chip Roy, who's saying, which you've been saying all along, Joe, is that we're supposed to be fiscally conservative as Republicans. Right. And if this passes in its current form or even close, it's going to skyrocket the national debt well beyond what it was post-World War II, or they're going to set a new record, 125%, 130% of GDP. Right. That's not supposed to be who we are. So we'll see if they can hold the line there.
Well, I mean, they already set those records in Donald Trump's first term. And now if you are on Capitol Hill and you claim to be a conservative, fiscal conservative, you cannot vote for this bill. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I was, shoved in back corners of leaders' offices and said, you have to do this or else. You just can't do it. Like we determined we were going to balance the budget, even if it meant that we were going to lose all support from everybody in leadership. And we did. And we got reelected and we balanced the budget. And these guys are sitting there and everybody says, oh, what can I do? What can I, my party's coming on. The president came to, you can say no. You can just say no. I mean, it worked for us. And by the way, you don't need a ton of people to do it. We had like 11 people, 11 hard no votes. And there aren't 2 or 3 people that don't want to add, like that don't.
I'm telling you, if their taxes get raised, people are not going to reelect their representative. There's no way that where we're at with our economy, with the taxes, with the aftershock of the inflation spike, the mismanagement of the Federal Reserve, Biden tanking this country. No, we can't have a tax increase. We need to be spending less on taxes at the household level. We need to reduce the amount of money that we are sending to Washington. So we have more money in our pocket so that the individual households can make a determination if they want to consume goods or to invest.
That are going to go along with adding $10, $20 trillion to the national debt. I'm telling you, the crisis that's going to ensue from this fiscal insanity over the past 20 years, I'm going to say pushed mainly when Republicans are in office, if you add up the numbers.
You're not going to add $10 trillion of debt. I mean, come on. I think it's in the range of like 4 to 5 trillion over a 10-year period.
We're going to come to a cliff. We're going to fall over, and it's all going to come back to this vote. This is the time they have to get serious. Moody's is downgrading us. You've got Ray Dalio and others on Wall Street warning.
Yeah, Moody's downgraded us from AAA to AA1. And guess what? The equity market and the bond market just shrugged it off. It wasn't that big of a deal. It's not like the United States is the most safest bond market in the world. There's no, it didn't do anything. Even with the downgrade, it didn't do anything. It's no big deal.
It's worse than you think it is.
Dimon, too.
Jamie Dimon's getting a little warning. This is not a close call. 37 trillion going toward $38 trillion. And I swear to God, I say it every year. And every year they pass crazy budgets. I don't.
What we need is less people that are liberal arts majors and more people that are engineers. To have a robust economy, you have to build economic clusters and make things. All right? Not a bunch of people that just talk and talk and talk and talk. That's the reason why I have this show. If you actually listen to me, it's actionable intelligence where you can improve your health. That means you're more productive. You're going to have more vitality and you'll enjoy your life better. And not only that, I'm telling you what's going on in the market so you can make money. It's actionable intelligence instead of this, op-ed bullshit that's on mainstream media. And 90% of the time they get it wrong and they're 4 days late. Just look at what was happening in 2020 as I was covering it in real time. All right? There's no one more accurate than I am when it came to that crisis. Nobody. And I told you what exactly to do. And not only that, you have a lot of people going, oh my God, there's, this myocarditis and endocarditis and pericarditis and blah, blah, blah. The reality of the situation is this. Unless you have long COVID, which most people don't have, the level of your titers continue to radically go down after 5 years. We're depending on when you contracted it or been inoculated, but you're in that 5-year mark. Every day that goes by, you're going to have less and less titers, the concentration levels. So when people say, well, you got to be worried, actually, over time, it's actually going to get better. These next 5 years that keep on going on, it's just going to get better and better and better for your health. And the chances, the probability of the myocarditis starts to decline. That's the reason why I said during that first 5 years, that first 4 to 5 years, you have to be careful and not over-exercise. A little bit of resistance training, a little bit of cardio, and balancing, and doing your balancing and your stretching exercise is really important. But now, since 5 years has gone by, those titer levels will start to decline. The actual concentrations of the memory cells will start to decline, and the probability of endocarditis, myocarditis, or pericarditis starts to decline. That means that you have to now start to become more active. Slowly. You slowly build into your activity. That's what I'm doing. All right. So just pay attention to me. It's not all doom and gloom. Now, it's different if someone is long COVID, but most people aren't long COVID. The far majority of the people are not long COVID. Ones with long COVID or autoimmune issue, that's a totally different ballgame, and you got to be very careful. But the far majority don't have this problem. So as time goes on, actually the myocarditis issue starts to decline. I will be proven right on this. Trust me. Just like I was proven right with everything about COVID, including turbo cancers. So just pay attention to me on this. All right. Don't worry about it. The far majority, if you have an autoimmune disorder or you have long COVID, you got a problem. But if you don't, we've hit that 5-year mark and things are just going to get better and better and better, and the probability of having the myocarditis radically starts to go down. And even if you did have it, myocarditis, endocarditis, or pericarditis due to the crisis of 2020, your probability of reflaring that up starts to decline. Why isn't Dr. McCall telling you that? You ever wonder? You ever wonder? Because if you build a platform with talking about pathophysiology, and that whole pathophysiology starts to decline in importance for the mass of the people, then they're no longer relevant. And this is the problem with the celebrity docs. They're talking about things that are actually starting to become irrelevant. Now, what's still relevant is the turbo cancers. That's a different story. But when it comes to myocarditis, because of these titer levels are starting to go down and the memory cells are starting to go down, you pass that 5-year mark, it's only going to get better and better and better and better for you. And this is the reason why I kept on saying, bring down inflammation. That's, I gave you the formula 5 years ago on what to do. Make sure you bring down that inflammation, reduce the cellular stress, and soak up those free radicals. You bring that down, you're reducing the probability of some of these problems. That's why I kept on saying, take the digestive enzyme complex, because it has bromelain in it, fibrinolytic. Everyone was concerned about blood clots. You got to pay attention to me. I am the most accurate on this subject matter. Nobody is more accurate than I am. And I am the most comprehensive on the subject matter. Not only that, I tell you, with this whole turbo cancer stuff, what exactly are the mechanisms? What proteins are being inhibited? What fusions are taking place? You don't believe me? I published it 3 years ago. But everyone's starting to try to, they think they know it. You know what? They don't know it. I've already figured it out. I've already told you what to do. All you got to do is listen to me. If you listened, you'll be fine. If you didn't, you're fucked. Too bad.
And it's a fiscal crisis potentially, but also, Mika, a political one with some of these Republicans, especially in those swing districts, saying, you're going to ask me to vote for something that gives a massive tax cut to rich people and to corporations.
Right.
But make all of these other cuts somehow to make up for it. You want me to get rid of a bunch of Medicaid for people?
Oh my God.
That's not going to work for me politically, some of these Republicans are saying.
Let's bring in U.S. Special Correspondent for BBC News and the host of the Rest is Politics podcast, Katty Kay, the host of Way Too Early, Capitol Hill reporter as well, Ali Vitale, and Chief White House Correspondent for the New York Times, Peter Baker. Ali, let's start with you and get the lay of the land of what's happening in Congress with this situation right now.
Yeah, they're keeping Way Too Early and Morning Joe hours, and we love to see it, honestly. I love when more people are awake with us. But look, they're actually quite behind schedule here in the Rules Committee. They were expecting all of these amendments to be introduced by like 5 or 6 o'clock this morning. They're still hearing from the more senior members on some of these committees. There you see Jim McGovern, who's one of the Democrats on the Rules Committee, holding court there as this Rules Committee hearing continues on. There's the procedural piece of what we're going to see this morning. It's going to look like more testimonials from Democrats and Republicans alike. But then it's also going to be the introduction of hundreds of amendments. We could potentially see some votes on those in the Rules Committee later this morning. And then what we're really anticipating is this so-called manager's amendment that the Speaker or another member of Republican leadership will basically drop into this bill. And it will show the concessions and negotiations that Johnson has been having with key members of the Republican conference. So I would imagine that one of the things we see in there is the agreement that they've come to on SALT. At least our understanding is that the SALT cap deduction would be raised to $40,000 for people making less than $500,000 a year, and then it would go up 1% annually and then stay there after 10 years. So a win for the SALT caucus, or at least one that they could get behind despite being told to drop it. And then the other piece of this that we're waiting to see is what happened with Medicaid work requirements. The concern from some hardline conservatives was that these new restrictions didn't snap in soon enough. And so they wanted to see those clauses come into play sooner. Chip Roy and Ralph Norman and other hardliners that we often talk about have been negotiating hard on pieces like that could be cost-saving mechanisms that assuage some of their concerns on the deficit. But I have to tell you, I think that Joe's read on the on this situation is right, which is that despite people who have been deficit hawks, Trump coming in and saying just pass this thing, honestly, is likely enough here, and it doesn't.
Don't wish. Don't hope. Don't
tackle a lot of the deficit concerns that these conservatives said that they care about.
So Peter Baker, you had the President of the United States yesterday just telling every Republican, it's time to get on board. Enough. Let's get this one big, beautiful bill, as they're calling it, through Congress. He's asking, though, as Joe and I were just discussing, conservative Republicans to vote for something that projects almost $4 trillion added to the deficit over the next decade or so. So I guess the question is, do you stick to your principles as a conservative or loyalty to the president?
Well, I mean, look, what we've seen time and time again.
Let's figure that out. All right. 4 trillion or so. All right. 4 trillion. That's a lot of zeros. Okay, 4 trillion over a 10-year period. Okay? Over a 10-year period. Now that's going to be 400 billion. All right? Now the question is, how much money did we give to Ukraine? Now, some people say 100 billion, some people say 350 billion. Trump's been using the 350 billion. So let's put this in context. So since the invasion of Ukraine, which was in 2022, to now, there is anywhere from 150 to maybe $350 billion given to Ukraine. Did it really affect our economy? No. So $400 billion added to the debt year over year for 10 years is truly not going to affect much, especially when you are seeing that many of the research and developments that are taking place in terms of technology and the build out of these clouds and the AI are in the trillions of dollars of investment in CapEx, trillions of dollars. So what's 400 billion to trillions of dollars? Now, that 400 billion per year is the cost of the jet that the Qataris wanted to give to Trump. So we have to put this in context. Is it 400 billion? I'll have to double check the cost of that plane. It wasn't 400 billion. It was 400 million, I think it was. Maybe it was. I'd have to look it up. But the point I'm making is that the amount of money that we gave to Ukraine was way, it's in line with this debt per year. And it didn't affect our economy much. So I'm not too worried. But do we have a debt problem in the United States? Absolutely. What's more of an issue is the servicing of the debt for interest. That's the bigger problem. And as interest rates go up and our debt starts to increase, our interest payments are increasing. But we need to rein in the spending. But that spending, is that reining into the spending? The only way to fix that is to reduce our healthcare costs, and that is keep our population getting healthier. That's the best way to do it. So we're spending less on Medicare and Medicaid because people don't need it. All right. If you're healthy, you don't need it. And another thing is Social Security is probably going to need to be restructured, and the age requirements are going to need to go up. The country cannot afford it. Now, if people are living longer and they have more vitality, they can be in the job market longer, and therefore they, it's okay to extend, a few years more into Social Security before you can start drawing down on it. It's still 65. Maybe it should be 68 or 70. Probably 68. Maybe even 69. But we have to slow down the overall debt. But the bulk of that problem is Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. No one wants to touch it. That's the problem.
Is that some of these hard right conservatives will make their displeasure known with bills like this. They'll gum up the works for a while, but then Trump will come in, crack the whip, and ultimately they go along. And so far, there's nothing to suggest that Trump doesn't continue to have, the dominant hand in this party. That's why they sent him to the Hill yesterday. He's not negotiating details. He doesn't know the details probably all that well. It's not his thing. His thing is there to go up there and say, look, guys, time's up. Enough of this, get on board. And he has made clear to them the consequences if they don't. Those who don't get on board when he counts, when he's paying attention, they get primaries, or at least that's the threat. And they know that he sometimes makes good on that, and the fact that he has more popularity among their constituents than they do. So it's a technique that's worked for him over the years. It's also worth remembering that you're asking these House members, these Republicans, to take a vote on something that's not even going to last. This is not going to be the final version of the bill. It's going to go to the Senate. Senate's going to do a very different thing with it. We don't know exactly how it'll be different, but you may end up as a House member taking a vote to do something that won't be in the final bill, but you'll pay a cost for it politically back home anyway.
Yeah, and Caddy, as I said yesterday, that happened to Democrats in 1993. They were BTU'd, as they said, where they were forced to vote for something in the House that didn't even survive the Senate bill, and it ended up costing them. And it's so fascinating. This is here we are 10 years later, still saying the same thing, where there are some members in districts that need to go along with Donald Trump to win the primary, but going along with something like this bill will likely make some of these people that won in Biden districts actually endangered politically, and most likely will make them lose the election. And we just keep seeing this cycle over and over again. And you just wonder when people actually start worrying about, one, what's best for the country, and two, what gives them the best chance to win a general election.
I'm not rocking with a lot of this AI stuff, but AI on Wix, now that's a vibe. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. You can go in any direction here. Online store.
Yeah, I mean, why is Mike Lawler pushing for more?
All right, I just looked into it. It looks like the luxury jet was approximately $400 million, not $4 billion. 400 billion. So it's 400 million. These numbers are getting crazy. It's hard to keep track. But all right, the jet is $400 million. But the debt that we would accumulate per year over a 10-year period per year would be about 400 billion if this tax package goes through. But that's also assuming that we don't have substantial productivity gains and economic clustering that grows our GDP and that tax revenues go up. So we'll see what happens. But 400 billion is not that much money per year. When you put it in the context of like how much we gave for weapons to Ukraine over a 2.5-year period, if we use the $350 billion number.
SALT deductions because he's living in a blue state where Donald Trump pushed up the tax costs for people living in his district, and he knows that he has to campaign against that. But you're right on what's best for the country. I mean, the warning signs are everywhere. That trip I just took talking to European business members,
This was a topic of conversation, Joe, that came up repeatedly. Like, what is the health of the American economy? Should we now be looking at reweighting our investments out of the United States? The American market has been fantastic for investors ever since 2008. It's been booming, but there's a real sense around the world now, particularly in Europe, that this is not the place to put your money. America is too risky. And the thing that is risky is partly the politics are too volatile and the tariffs, but the other thing that is risky is this underlying financial.
Really? Where are you going to put your money? Let's say you're a money manager, all right? And you need, based on your IPS, investment policy statement, that you're going to need to put in fixed income 30% of the portfolio. Where are you going to put that? You going to put it in a region like Europe? You're going to put it in bonds? You really think that the German bond is going to be a better safe haven for your fixed income, or the U.S. Treasury? What about Japanese yen? You know, the Japanese bond, samurai bonds. The yields are so low, so you can't get a good yield out of that. And there is a feedback loop. The moment that the bonds start to increase in yield, there will be buyers that will want to lock in the duration so they have a higher income because they've locked into an interest rate. There's a feedback loop that no one's paying attention to here. I'm telling you, betting against the United States is a dumb idea. You will lose money if you bet against the United States. Buy American equities, buy American treasuries. It's the safest bet around the world. Is Europe really doing better economically? No. China isn't. It's all over the Asian news and how the economy is faltering and a potential overthrow of President Xi. So where's the safe haven? Where's the risk-free rate? It's in the United States, and it's going to be like that for quite a long time. This is all. The people that were moving money back 5 weeks ago because they were fearful of the market declining, they moved their money to Europe, and then they had to revert back and move their money back to the United States. We're not that far away from an all-time high on the S&P 500. We're trading at 5,928 as of this broadcast. The all-time high was 6,130-ish. We're not that far away from an all-time high on the S&P 500. So how can we actually accept what she's saying on Morning Joe, that the United States is a risky place to invest? Really? Really? Like I said, J.P. Morgan, back in the late 1800s and early 1900s, stated, do not bet against the United States, ever. Now, I would think that J.P. Morgan has some wisdom to listen to than some clown on Morning Joe.
Responsibility, that the debt is just out of control. So, Peter, to you, when members are debating these issues, just to Joe's point, how many of them are actually just thinking about their short-term survival, and how many are thinking this is actually potential? I mean, there are a lot of warning bells out there. Ray Dalio is not the only one who's saying this is a crisis looming. How many of them are thinking, my God, this could be something really serious that we're on the brink of?
Well, you've never lost money making bets in Washington on short-term imperatives over long-term, health of the country. No question about that. And you're right. They're looking at what happens in the next 2 years, not what happens in the next 10 years, not what happens in the next 20 years. Remember, Elon Musk told us in last year's campaign that they would be cutting the deficit, not adding to it. He was asked at that Madison Square Garden rally right before the election, I was there, how much would we cut out of the deficit if Trump gets elected? He said, we'll cut $2 trillion out of the $6 trillion annual spending from the government. Instead, of course, rather than cutting anything that will change the overall fiscal picture, they're adding to it. They've made a lot of cuts. They've heard a lot of agencies throwing a lot of people out of work, but they're simply adding to the deficit anyway through big spending on certain items that they care about and through tax cuts that will cost the Treasury even more money.
Now, with the development of the Golden Dome, that's going to be major development that will eventually end up trickling down into consumer products. Case in point, the major spending during the 80s through Reagan really helped the computer industry that we have today. So when we're developing this Golden Dome, this defense shield, it's going, this technology, the chips and the code and the engineering and material science, these are all things that are going to move towards, over time, into consumer products. And that's going to boost up the GDP. And that's going to help with our debt to GDP ratio. Let's say the debt is increasing, but at a slower rate than the actual growth of the GDP, and therefore it's not a problem. So these are productive investments. Now, if you listen to the Democrats want to do spending. They don't want to cut. They want to do spending, but non-productive spending. See, that's the difference. You can go into a deficit, and you can, have debt, as long as you're using that for productive purposes. And that's what Trump is looking at here. These are mostly for productive purposes in the long run. So it's going to be good for the United States in the long run and help with the economic clustering. But the Democrats and the Republicans are going to have to realize that Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security are going to have to be cut. But you can do this with intelligence. You can do this with wisdom. Medicare or Medicaid, for the ones that really need it, it'll be available. But for the ones, we need to start changing our lifestyle. The bread-in circus needs to end. Health needs to start at home. And when you change your health at home, the way you eat, the way you exercise, the supplementation, if people take charge of their own health, they will not need as much health care. And therefore, the price will go down. The ones that absolutely need it, it will be there for them because there's less money being spent. So that those services that really do need it are there. But people need to take charge of their own life. Now, when it comes to Social Security, as you're healthier because of a change of lifestyle, you're going to be able to be more productive and you'll be able to be in the job market for longer. And if that does take place, then it's less burdensome on Social Security. And therefore, the ones that are older, that need it, that need those programs, they're available. So the bread and circus needs to end in the United States. And the Democrats and the Republicans are going to have to come to grips with this. That to do the real savings, to really stop the debts that are accumulating to $38 trillion or more, we're going to have to trim Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. But people don't want to hear that. People don't want to hear that. You can trim tens of billions of dollars every year, maybe even 100 billion every year, if people just decided to have less bread and circus and to eat properly, less calorie consumption, and improving their a healthy lifestyle. $100 billion out of that, year after year, maybe even more. But the thing is that we can't continue on with this debt and just grow and grow and grow. So there's multiple variables involved here. It's the rate of the debt and the growth of the economy and our investments, productive investments in the society, productive fiscal spending. See, the Democrats, they don't want to do productive fiscal spending. They just want to add to Medicare and Medicaid. How is that productive? How is spending those dollars productive? They're not. It's not. How is Social Security, spending more for Social Security, a productive fiscal policy? It's not. That's the problem with the Democratic Party. They spend, but for non-productive means.
Over the next 10 years than previously. So the truth is, this has been a bipartisan issue for a lot of years. There's not been much of a constituency for long-term fiscal health, really since the 90s when Joe was in Congress, really since the Bill Clinton Republican Congress era when they balanced the budget. It has not been a political imperative to care much about the deficit, frankly, for either party. They gave lip service to it, but the last serious effort to make any real dent in the deficit was more than a decade ago during Obama's presidency. It didn't last very long. That's been a victory of short term over long term for quite a while now.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the heirloom barley. This heirloom barley is a high-density protein. You take it every day. Take a scooper a day or a half a scooper. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or milk. Take it every day. It's going to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals using superoxide dismutase. Really important. By bringing down inflammation, that's going to help with your joints. That's also going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. So please go to my store, get the heirloom barley, take it every day.
Get it on.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Mark Milley as a special advisor. And so we've seen the street as they're trying to, get for themselves internally, their own executives, and then also their clients. And Jamie Dimon is on the road all the time. Yep. And so this was something that he, it was his thing that he wanted to set up and really a result of talking to people around the globe.
How do things like that normally work? So you have this geopolitical, basically research division, right? That gives all the percentages and outlines that. Then does that have to filter into all the other branches of research? And if I'm an equity analyst over there, then I have to take that into account when I'm making my allocation?
No, it's more,
or is it just like a thought
not
leadership
instructive.
thing?
Yeah, it's more of a thought leadership thing. It's not instructive to, our official call. You'll have like an equity strategist or something that's like bullish or bearish on the S&P.
Right.
It's not so much like that. It's more
framing out kind of the risks and opportunities. Real quick, any bombshells from the investor day this week? Anything of note?
No, really. It was very, I've been going to their investor day for the last few years. They do one every year. This one was about a half a day. Sometimes they're a full day. And it was a lot of, all the things we said last year, we're on track for those. So it was pretty tame.
All right. Thanks so much, Hannah. Really appreciate it. Hannah Levitt, Bloomberg senior finance reporter, joining us. And JP Morgan opening a geopolitical arm, or geopolitics arm, I should say, as Jamie Dimon, as we know, talks about hinge point for the global economy. All right. For our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM channel 121 is presented by Ship Station. Stay with us. Your top stories are coming up right now in a market that's kind of turning around, at least on the tech side. This feels the opposite of what it was a few weeks ago, where you'd sort of rally in the pre-market and then you just sell off into the close. Now it's the opposite. You're kind of selling off in the pre-market and then modest buying, and then equities go absolutely nowhere on light volume. What does that mean?
Yeah, there you go. I don't know. I mean, but let me call out Bitcoin.
Okay.
Why not? Up 2%, 109,000. I think that's like certainly darn near. I think that's an all-time high.
It is
We'll
a
give it to
record
you.
high.
All right, there you go.
All right, Balance of Power is up next. Happy Wednesday, guys. This is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Republicans in the House of Representatives are pushing to get party holdouts to sign on to a domestic policy bill that's key to the Trump agenda. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
This bill directs at least $800 billion in cuts to government spending. A lot of that is aimed at programs like safety social net programs like Medicaid, food stamps. But what's also key here is that it increases money for defense spending and increases money for immigration enforcement and fulfillments of campaign promises, extending the Trump tax cuts, for example, making those permanent. Also instituting no tax on tips and overtime pay.
The Justice Department's beginning the process of dismissing lawsuits against the Louisville and Minneapolis police departments, ending investigations and proposed police consent decrees after the deaths of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd. CBS's Scott McFarland.
The Department of Justice and its Civil Rights Division in the Trump administration is trying to disentangle itself with oversight of local police departments. They call it micromanaging. They call it an overreach. So they are trying to take those types of missions away.
Officials in New Orleans say more workers at that prison where 10 inmates escaped last week could face discipline. One staffer has been criminally charged, 3 suspended. CBS's Katie Weiss.
The sheriff in New Orleans, it's important to mention, is starting to make some admissions as to how this manhunt even began in the first place, even saying this is on her, that we're finding out for the first time. She says that her staff missed the warning signs, that they weren't even doing proper checks at the time when this escape happened.
5 inmates are still at large. At the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial, CBS's Katrina Kaufman is following testimony.
There's another personal assistant taking the stand today, and potentially Kid Cudi, who dated Combs' ex, Cassie Ventura, which supposedly angered Combs.
Hurricane season's just days away, and the forecast for what could be in store for the years ahead is not good.
Engineers at the University of Illinois used machine learning to project how future hurricanes made stronger by climate change could affect homes along the southeastern U.S. What they found was by 2060, wind and rain damage could rise by as much as 76%. By 2100, worst case scenario here, those losses could more than double. Dave Malkoff, CBS News, Atlanta.
Reports say NFL teams can keep using the tush push after a ban proposal fails at the owners' meetings. Wall Street, right now the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 330 points. This is CBS News.
All right, so we have the equity market trading at 5,931, and the VIX is trading at 1817, and a big increase in BITO. It's trading at 22. Oh, no, it's trading at 23 even. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these dual-purpose deodorants. They'll help you as a deodorant, but also detoxify your body. You can get it in citrus, and you can also get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It's for males and females. Go to my store, get a couple bars for your household. Very important to take. It's a dual purpose, has no aluminum, no baking soda, and it is made from essential oils from the Himalayas. It's a very high quality deodorant that helps to detoxify your body. And by detoxifying your body on a regular basis, especially daily, you're helping your endocrine system and your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the deodorants, dual purpose. And not just that, get a few bags of the lozenges and the drops. We're in the allergy season right now in the United States. But for the allergy season or the cold season, or even if you have poor air quality in your environment, it's very important to take the lozenges and the drops. I have 3 flavors of drops. You can get it in blueberry. They're made from structural nanosilver. You can also get it in cherry flavor and in honey and lemon. You get 100 drops in each bag. Take them right away, right when you have that irritation in the throat. I also have elderberry and zinc. You can get it in a 21 count per bag. They're all made from structural nanosilver. Get a few bags for your household. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need them. The moment you have that irritation, take it right away. Back to Bloomberg.
The speaker still does not have the votes. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power on a wild day here in the Capitol with a Rules Committee hearing now approaching its 12th hour. A deal on salt upsetting the fiscal hawks on the Freedom Caucus and a looming meeting here at the White House. We're going to get the latest from Jack Fitzpatrick at Bloomberg Government. He's on Capitol Hill in the middle of it all right now. This is the South African president just now arrives at the White House for what could be a contentious day with the president and a meeting in the Oval straight ahead we'll discuss with our political panel. And as the White House cracks down on DEI, Bloomberg finds a lot of companies continuing their efforts under a different name. Simone Foxman will join us live from New York with more. So let's strap in for an interesting couple of hours together here. We start, as always, on Wall Street. His look at the markets right now. Charlie Pellet in New York. Charlie?
I thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, good day from New York. With the Dow, the S&P, they are both lower. You use the word interesting. We've got NASDAQ higher, up by 77 right now. Stocks are rebounding. Big tech companies like Alphabet jumping 5%, driven by optimism around regulations and a revised trade proposal from the European Union. Right now, the S&P is down 10, a drop there of 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 345, a decline there of 0.8%. And the NASDAQ Composite Index ripping higher right now, up 77, up by about 0.4%. The Russell 2000 Index down 1%, the 10-year 4.54%, the 2-year 4.00% now on the 2-year, with gold up $23 the ounce, up 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.4%, 61.83 a barrel. And Bitcoin, we are looking at a record today. Risk on for Bitcoin up 1.8% at 108,890 on a Bitcoin. As for markets and Washington, Sarah Malik is head of equities and fixed income at Nuveen Asset Management. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Beyond the tariff issues and the Moody's downgrade, and downgrades of U.S. credit has generally not been positive for the markets, we have bubbling up geopolitical issues between Iran and Israel. So there's a lot of things for the markets to contend with, and I think that's why equities are experiencing a hangover this week.
Indeed, S&P today down 6 points, down 0.1%. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Target cutting its sales forecast due to a sharp pullback in spending, tariffs, boycotts, and slumping consumer confidence. Target right now down by 3.5%. Also reporting earnings, the home improvement retailer Lowe's, that stock down by 1.5%. Rival Home Depot down by 0.9%. And VF Corp shares are plunging after forecasting a bigger than expected loss. VF is the owner of brands including Timberland and Vans. Right now, VF Corp down by 11.7%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thanks for the setup. As always, our good friend Charlie Pellet will be back later this hour for more on the Wednesday trade. And so welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, on satellite radio channel 121. Of course, on YouTube, where you can find us now, search Bloomberg Business News Live. Our stream rolls all day, and now we're on Bloomberg Originals. You add the podcast, and it's pretty hard to avoid the fastest show in politics. Here's the state of affairs. We've got a lot going on right now. The President of the United States just now, 1 moment ago, weighing in on the tax and spend bill on Capitol Hill as the South African delegation rolled up to the South Portico, the North Portico, I should say, just arriving about 5 minutes ago. The South African president is in the White House right now. They've got a lunch set in the cabinet room. They're going to have a bilateral in the Oval, and we're going to bring you in there. The press pool has been assembled, as they say. We'll bring you in for the conversation as soon as it begins here, as we straddle both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. The president was asked, as I mentioned, about the bill. Very well, he said. His big, beautiful bill doing very well. It's very close. Sounding not unlike the Speaker of the House, who does not have the votes to pass this right now. I'll point you to the House Rules Committee, now entering its 11th hour. They started at 1 o'clock in the morning. Jim McGovern's head has not exploded yet. But we're keeping tabs on this process that would eventually lead to a floor vote today, maybe tomorrow, if they can get this done. If you look at the latest from Chip Roy, maybe not so much. As he takes to Twitter, this is the Freedom Caucus member who's not happy about a deal on salt, a $40,000 cap. Chip Roy says, imagine if Congress chose inspirational policy to lead America rather than buying a handful of seats with $350 billion in parochial tax subsidies in the form of salt, while giving 7 times more money to the able-bodied than vulnerable Americans on Medicaid wait lists. Does that sound like someone about to vote yes? The Speaker of the House, a short time ago, here's Mike Johnson on the salt deal.
That's the agreement we came to, and I think the Salt Caucus, as they call themselves, it's not everything they wanted, but I think they know what a huge improvement that is for their constituents, and it gives them a lot to go home and talk about.
But we have no sense of exactly where we are, when this vote's going to land, if it happens in time for Memorial Day. The wall signs are leading to a yes, with reporting now that members of the Freedom Caucus, I'm assuming Chip Roy has an invitation, will be meeting with President Trump later on today. Jack Fitzpatrick, watching all of this happen from his perch at Bloomberg Government, joins us live from Capitol Hill right now. Jack is our appropriations expert and just the voice we need to hear from now. How many hours does this Rules Committee go, Jack, and what does it look like when it comes out? Will it pass?
The Rules Committee can wait as long as necessary. I think if you look at the usual strategy of the House, the bill comes out when you have support and have what it takes to bring it to the floor. We're waiting on this manager's amendment. The issue isn't that they're printing out a massive document or they're fine-tuning the details. They don't have enough support among conservatives right now, who are, on one hand, are unhappy with the salt concessions, and on the other, have always pushed for a little bit more of an aggressive approach to Medicaid cuts and a faster timeline to pull back the clean energy tax credits. So even if they don't block what we've heard about the salt deal, they want something more conservative as a counterbalance. This Rules Committee, they could gavel out and say we're leaving subject to the call of the chair and we'll be back whenever we have a deal. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, because the Freedom Caucus members are saying this isn't really likely to come together this week. So this can drag out in a procedural way as long as it takes until you get enough support from the conservative holdouts.
Interesting. Are all of the SALT members of the SALT caucus on board? We're going to talk with Congressman Lawler next hour, Jack. We've got a $40,000 cap reportedly here. That would quadruple the current cap. Is that enough for them to go home with?
If anybody is unhappy about it, they're being very, very quiet about it. I'll admit there's a huge spotlight on the conservative complaints, and they've kind of seized the attention today. And because we're not voting, it's hard to catch everybody in person. But I have not heard any complaints yet about that SALT deal from the SALT members, who appear to have won a pretty hard-fought victory. Now the question is, can you get the other ideological end of the conference on board with that?
Well, I just read the tweet from Chip Roy, and I guess nobody would be surprised if he ended up being a no vote when this gets to the floor. Are we running odds here, Jack? How do you frame the chances of this getting a floor vote this week?
It's looking really tough this week. The Freedom Caucus members were pretty confident that this is not going to come together with enough support this week. Now, you can hold a failed vote to try to pressure them, and they can change their mind if they really get some great offer that the president pushes and leadership gets on board with. But the latest that we've heard from the Freedom Caucus holdouts is this probably needs a number of days, and maybe they could just take that recess next week and come back after that and vote. So it's a big discrepancy in terms of that timeline.
What do we know about this meeting reportedly with the members of the Freedom Caucus, at least some of them, and President Trump today? It's a lot harder to say no to Trump than it is to Speaker Johnson, but he was already up there yesterday, Jack, and that didn't work.
Yeah, we don't know much about the specific meeting happening. There's a lot of communication in different forms between the Freedom Caucus members and the White House. To take it back just a moment, the Freedom Caucus members are saying that they had an agreement with the White House very late last night about some specific concessions on Medicaid spending, and now the Speaker is not holding up that bargain. So they want some sort of communication between the Freedom Caucus, the Speaker, and the White House. We also saw Mark Meadows, the former White House Chief of Staff and the former Freedom Caucus Chairman, go into the Speaker's office just a little bit ago today. So there is communication. It could be a meeting in the White House. It could be phone calls, but the White House is critical right now.
Mark Meadows is up there right now, Jack?
Yeah, if there's a good bridge between House Republican leadership, the Trump administration, and the Freedom Caucus, it's Mark Meadows. And our colleague Ken Tran just saw him walk into the Speaker's office very recently.
This is good stuff. Wow, yeah, that is a throwback, CC. So let me ask you about the CBO. Jack, we got a score at the urgence of the minority leader, Brendan Boyle, as well, the ranking Democrat on the budget panel, urging the CBO to put a cost on this thing, finding that the plan would increase the deficit by $2.3 trillion over a decade. That would trigger automatic spending cuts in Medicare and other programs without congressional action. Republicans are not accepting this as the baseline, right?
Yeah, the Republicans have a lot of complaints about the CBO, about the score, about what it would add to the deficit, about the effects that it would have. There's another graph that the CBO put out showing bigger benefits for the top 10%, worse benefits for the lower 10%. There's been a lot of messaging from conservatives and from House leadership saying we don't buy that. But yes, you add up the numbers committee by committee from the CBO, it says this would add $2.3 trillion to the deficit. That doesn't include the interest costs, so the number actually ultimately might be higher. We'll see if they can get something out in time. But we are talking about something that at face value would add a couple $1 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years, according to the official score.
Back to that Rules Committee meeting. When we get to the top of the hour, it'll be underway for 12 hours here, Jack. And I know that some lawmakers have literally been falling asleep here at the dais. They started, in the wee hours of the morning. Will there be any attention paid to Democratic amendments? There are 537 of them, apparently, or is that just noise?
Probably not. That's a good opportunity for the Democrats to get their messaging in. It's fair for them to offer amendments. You'd expect that. But there's exactly one amendment that people really care about that's critical to its chances on the floor, and that's what's called the manager's amendment, which includes all those changes that the Speaker has been negotiating.
Fascinating. That manager's amendment out today, Jack?
It'll be out whenever they have a handshake deal. They need the conservatives to get on board and feel like they have the votes before they can put that out.
This has been incredibly helpful, Jack. Thank you so much. I love the fact that we can bring you Jack Fitzpatrick in the throes of this debate right now. That is truly the latest. Anything you read is probably dated already, which is why we need to stay in touch with Jack Fitzpatrick on Capitol Hill, with Tyler Kendall, who's reporting on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue today, and the full force resources of Bloomberg News covering what's happening here in this debate over the tax and spending bill. We're probably going to hear from the president on this as well, even though that's not the point of why we find him in the White House with the president of South Africa, who arrived a short time ago. Cyril Ramaphosa is going to be sitting down with President Trump here for lunch and for a bilateral meeting, knowing that the Trump administration has accused South Africa of genocide against white Afrikaner farmers, some of whom have been given refugee status here in the U.S. Let's bring you live in the Oval right now with the president of the U.S. and the president of South Africa.
We also have a few of my friends. Ernie Els, a great golfer. He's a truly great golfer. Retief Goosen, who's another really, we call him really a great golfer too, Ernie, right? You two guys are fantastic. And we could add Gary to the group, Gary Player. What a group of golfers South Africa's had. Yes. There must be something in the water, right? It's something good. These two guys are unbelievable.
It's the water set.
Yeah. Gary's Gary. And David Frost, also another one that I know is such a great one. Was he as good a putter as they say, David? He's a putter. He's a putting machine, right? Absolutely. But he's another one says something very good about South African golf, and golf is still doing great in South Africa. And they have young players I hear coming up that are going to be very good. But it's an honor to have you here, and my friend, it's an honor to have you, one of the greatest businessmen in South Africa and long beyond. Thank you for being here. It's very, very great honor. Appreciate it. So we're going to be discussing certain things. As you know, we have the G20 is going to South Africa. When is that going to be?
In November.
In November.
And thereafter, I hand over to you. And
yes, we have it next.
You originated the G20, so I'll hand over the baton to you, and then you lead the G20.
We're going to have it. Yeah. We're going to have it the following year.
Yeah.
So we'll be discussing many things, and some of the things you've been reading about in the papers,
yes,
the media. And I would say that, look, the president is a truly respected man in many, many circles. And in some circles, he's considered a little controversial. But we're going to be discussing some of the things that are taking place in South Africa and see if we can help. And we want to help. And we've had a long relationship with South Africa. I have, because indirectly I have so many friends that live there. I have a lot of friends. I mean, these are famous guys, but I have a lot of friends that live there that are tremendous people. And we'll be discussing that. We'll have a nice conversation. And I really appreciate that you guys came along. It really helps us in our thought process. But it is a great honor to have you, and I appreciate you called. He called. I don't know where he got my number, but I picked up. He said, I want to come over and see you. And that was my honor. And thank you very much for being here.
You're most welcome. Most welcome. Well, thank you very much for welcoming us to this reformed White House. I've been here before, and it looks really fantastic. I must congratulate you.
Thank you.
But I also thank you for allowing our delegation. This is a very mixed delegation that you've got. We've got people from government, my ministers. I've got someone from the trade union movement who we really collaborate with, and from business as well, and our sporting legends. When I spoke to you, you said, yes, come along and bring Gary Player, bring Eddie Els and Retief Goosen. I brought the two of them. Gary Player, I spoke to him. And he said, look, I'm getting rather on in my years, but wishes us luck in this discussion with you. So it's a real joy. And I'd also like to thank you for allowing your people to start discussions with us at the trade level. I mean, we are essentially here to reset the relationship between the United States and South Africa. We are long-standing partners in many, many ways. We've collaborated in many fields.
There's a backstory, though. Iran sends money to South Africa, and they were the ones that were pushing for the ICC or the ICJ hearings against Israel. And the Chinese have been doing deals with South Africa. So South Africa isn't, I don't think it's an honest broker in dealing with the United States. I think we have to be very careful with dealing with South Africa.
In both countries, we've got about 22 companies from South Africa that have invested in the US, thus creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa, and some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years.
That's true.
So our links are really long-lasting, and we would like to recalibrate those relations between our two countries and discuss a whole range of issues, geopolitical, the work that you're doing to bring peace around the world, in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So we value that, and we are also a great contributor to peace processes that are going on around the world. And of course, we want to discuss how we can support each other. You are a much bigger economy than we are. We're just a tiny economy, but we rely on each other on a number of issues. We've got critical minerals that you want to fuel the growth of your own economy and reindustrialize. So we have that on offer, including rare earth minerals. So all that combination of opportunity and the products that we buy from you, as well as what we sell to you, I believe makes up a really good and powerful relationship, which we need to strengthen, which we need to engender. And that is really what has brought us here. And we are really privileged to have great South Africans in the mix. As you said, you'd like to see them as well. And I brought you a really fantastic golf book. Weighs 14 kilograms. Oh, and it showcases the golf courses in our country. Johan Rupert wrote preface, so did Annie else. And I want to showcase our golf courses. You might remember when I spoke to you and we spoke about golf, you said I should start practicing. And I've started practicing, President, so I'm ready. But let me end just the introductory remarks by thanking you. You may not recall that 5 years ago I spoke to you during the COVID period. Right. And it was at a time when the whole world was going through a really cathartic moment. Right? And we asked for assistance, and you were able to assist us with respirators. And you kept to your word, and you delivered respirators to us. We didn't have as many in our country, and it really helped to help us deal with COVID. So I'm here also to say thank you and to thank the people of America for having helped us during a really difficult time. Being the small economy that we are, we needed help from around the world. And you were there to provide that. So thank you very much.
I remember the call.
Yeah.
We sent 150 respirators. We became the respirator king. We started making them. Nobody had them. We had very few of them.
That's right.
But they were very helpful. But we sent 150, and I appreciated the letter you wrote me alone.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for that. It really touched my heart after I spoke to you and you delivered. Great honor. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President, we welcome white Afrikaner refugees here. Can you explain to Americans why it's appropriate to welcome white Afrikaners here when other refugees like Afghans, Venezuelans, Haitians have all had their protected status revoked?
Well, this is a group, NBC, that is truly fake news. They ask a lot of questions in a very pointed way. They're not questions, they're statements. We've had tremendous complaints about Africa, about other countries too, from people. They say there's a lot of bad things going on in Africa, and that's what we're going to be discussing today. When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We let 21 million people come through our border, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. They came from all over the world. In many cases, they're criminals. They come from prisons. They come from mental institutions. They come from street gangs. They're drug dealers. So don't say that we didn't take them. We take them. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can. And we're doing record business on that. And we just won a big case where we're allowed to send back hundreds of criminals to Venezuela. Just won that today in the Supreme Court. I'm happy to hear. But we do have a lot of people are very concerned with regard to South Africa, and that's really the purpose of the meeting, and we'll see how that turns out. But we have many people that feel they're being persecuted, and they're coming to the United States. So we take from many locations if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on. And we had a lot of people. I must tell you, Mr. President, we have had a tremendous number of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's
Better question is asking them why they're taking Iranian money. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help you build muscle. It's high-density protein. You get a big scooper, take a full scoop or half a scoop, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even milk. Take it every day. Do resistance training. It'll also help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase.
It was simply a mistake. I want to get your thoughts on that. She put down that her father was her husband in order, and this is very similar to, I guess, the false accounts they have on here.
Well, I don't know what it is currently, but Letitia James, who's the Attorney General of New York State, it seemed, I'm not involved in that at all. I know that it's being handled by various groups, I guess, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents, and fraudulent everything. You know, I think she said the father was her husband, which she had to have a husband, or so she chose her father, and she put it down, and she's had didn't she sign in Virginia? Yet she said she lived in Virginia. Yet she's the New York State Attorney General. She did that for tax reasons, so she could take advantage of taxes. And she had the wrong number of units. She had a much different number, which wouldn't have allowed her to qualify and scam the government. So I don't know. I think she's very bad for New York, but I really don't know too much about it. But I appreciate the question. Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. President, for you to be convinced that there's no genocide.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So May 25th will be the celebration of Africa Day, which pretty much a lot of celebration will be taking place around the world, including here in the United States. What is your message to the entire African continent, African people in this important occasion?
Well, I want to see peace, and I want to see happiness. I want to see health, and you have incredible land. There's tremendous value. A lot of countries don't have that value in the land. The value you have. We have a situation. I think you probably heard about it. We've done through some very talented people, helped settle a war that's been raging for years, Rwanda and the Congo, and I think we've done it. Believe it or not, I think we've done it, and. Could you just say a few words about that, my friend?
Yes. A couple of weeks ago, we signed, the two parties signed the Declaration of Principles, in which they've agreed on the way forward. And they have both submitted their draft peace agreements. And we have put together one that incorporates both of their suggestions, and we've given it to them. So we're in the process of finalizing this.
Good, right?
Looking very good.
We have to thank you for even those efforts, because the African continent, particularly SADC, our Southern African Development Community, has for years been seeking to foster peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So all efforts, including those from outside the continent and inside.
This is really important in terms of the Congo because of the pathogens that seem to be floating around there.
Whole area, and we hope that with the support of the international community, we will really have peace in that area. It's so vital, it's so important for the whole region.
Well, we sent our people there, and I think we did a very good job. I sat here by my friend, and that was great. That was great. I mean, I'm just hearing phenomenal reports, because all I'm hearing is death, and they're chopping heads off, and it's so horrible over there. And it was really brave of you to go there, and I really appreciate it. And it looks like we have something very, very substantial. We also talked about trade with them in terms of rare earth and all, but really more for it's like if you take a look at what we just did with Pakistan and India, we settled that whole thing, and I think I settled it through trade. We're doing a big deal with India, we're doing a big deal with Pakistan, and I said, what are you guys doing? Somebody had to be the last one to shoot, but the shooting was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries, and we spoke to them, and I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault, but Pakistan has got some excellent people and a great leader. And India is my friend, Modi. And he's a
mutual friend.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Mm-hmm. And I called them both, and we just did something good. We're trying to settle Russia, Ukraine.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this supplement that helps your bone density and your cardiovascular health. Vitamin D3, it's a gene expression cofactor, really important. It'll help to absorb calcium, and it'll help to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. If you stack it with K2, MK7 molecule, which is the vitamin K2 that I have on my store, it will help to absorb that calcium, do resistance training, and you're going to build higher bone density. Make sure that you take calcium in your supplementation when you're building up that bone density, and take magnesium in your diet to increase the efficacy of D3. D3 and K2 working together can also help with your cardiovascular system by reducing further calcium depositing around plaque and slowly pulling some of that calcium deposit out of that plaque formation. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the D3 and the K2, and to add to that stack for cardiovascular health, or you can take it separately, get the nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic, so it's going to break up clots, really important, and nattokinase will help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Therefore, you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL, and you're reducing the chances of further plaque buildup. So please take the nattokinase. You can take it separately, but it works even better when you take it with D3 and K2. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Taught us that when you want to have a peace in a country, do it on an unconditional basis and sit down and talk. And that's precisely what I'm sure he's going to heed.
Well, we're going to see what happens with that one. It's there's a lot of hatred. Yeah. There's a lot of death. It's a bloodbath.
It is. Unfortunately.
I get the satellite pictures of that field, of that killing field. Mm-hmm. You never saw anything like it in your life. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing that goes on, but I think we've made big progress. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, not yet. Is it? I wanted to ask Mr. President, what is that? Yeah, from South Africa. What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting South Africa to drop that? Is that what you're trying to do?
On which case?
The ICJ
the International Criminal Justice.
I don't expect anything, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know. It's they've got a case. There's a lot of anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean. Yeah.
On that subject of Gaza, Mr. President, are you going to be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Israel's renewed offensive there? There's been a lot of concern from European countries. The Pope has expressed concern. Are you going to be asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to tone down the offensive in Gaza, to let more aid in?
Is that a question or a statement?
It's a question.
This guy's, you never change.
Mr. President, what would it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the President. It's for him. No, seriously.
I'd rather have him answer.
Yeah, I'd rather answer. It will be.
My President will respond to you.
Yeah, let me.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the quiet table, it will take President Trump to listen to them. I'm not going to be repeating what I've been saying. I would say if there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So it will take him, President Trump, listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
But Mr. President, I must say that we have, wait. We have thousands of stories talking about it. Sure. And we have documentaries, we have news stories, and that. Is Natalie here, somebody here to turn that? I could show you a couple of things, and it has to be responded to. Yeah, sure. Let me see the articles, please, if you would, and turn the lights down.
I'll tell you,
turn the lights down.
This is going to get
just
bad.
put this on. It's right behind you. Johan.
This is what I'm going to do.
without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. South Africa.
All right. The president is now apparently showing a video inside the Oval Office. President Trump is showing this to a room full here, including the president of South Africa, amid allegations of genocide against white Afrikaners. We're going to try to walk you through this as it happens. They're both sitting
This can totally
on
go
the
off
golden
the rails
chairs in
here.
front of the fireplace
This might
in
be
the
another
Oval Office,
Zelensky moment.
having brought down the lights to watch this video. You can hear the audio, but it's difficult to hear exactly what they're saying here. We should note that Elon Musk, who has forwarded many of these allegations, is in the room right now. He's standing right behind Vice President J.D. Vance, who's seated on the couches, along with Howard Lutnick and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense. Let's let this breathe for a moment here. Live from the Oval Office on Bloomberg, something we're not likely to see very often, as President Trump hosts the president of South Africa.
Trump was preparing for this. He had this set up. He's using this as a negotiation for
This could go on for some time, I suppose.
I think Trump's
going to
using
bring it
this
as
as a
a because we
negotiation
can't
for the rare
verify
earth
exactly
metals.
what it is that we're seeing. But apparently a multimedia presentation now in the Oval Office as the president tries to make a point here on genocide, saying earlier, we have had tremendous numbers of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers and they're fleeing South Africa. And it's, as you know, a very sad thing to see, but I hope we can have an explanation of that, Donald Trump said, because I know you don't want that. That was, of course, a statement that drew a reaction from the president of South Africa, saying that it will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, alluding to Elon Musk in the room. If there was an Afrikaner farm.
I wish he would shut up and just let them play. So I'm going to go to Al Jazeera to see if we can hear the audio here.
The cheating of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future. And you understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter. They freak out. It sounds like a genocide
I'll tell you, the president from South Africa is definitely squirming in the chair. This is just classic Trump. He set this up. It was like, you know, here's the reality of the situation. I saw a major consultant for business and for government at an event. All right. This was at the Harvard Club. And he was telling me the full history of what was going on in South Africa. Pre-Mandela, Mandela, post-Mandela. And the corruption that was going on and how there is this reverse discrimination that's taking place now in South Africa, and how the corruption in the government right after Mandela really ramped up and many businesses started leaving on top of this reverse discrimination. And they were trying to clean up the corruption. There's a lot of corruption going on in this guy's government, but they're trying to do reform. So they're trying to fix the problems. But there's definitely reverse discrimination happening, where there is this discrimination on white farmers, because they want the land. That's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to steal the land. Now, you add in, they have financial problems and the governments are corrupt. These government officials are corrupt. They want to take the money from Iran to push the international court system against Israel. And they have these rare earth metals in deals to get funds from China. So if negotiations went well with Trump, we may get some deals with the rare earth metals Strategically, it allows us to check the advancement of China going into Africa. And if the president of South Africa is smart, he's going to admit that there are some problems that need to be addressed and that he works with Trump to help solve this problem. But if he's going to deny that it's happening, this thing could go off the rails really quick. And Trump was prepared for this. And I'll tell you, a lot of these African leaders are liars.
You just saw, you are a real, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing. They also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back, you ought to go back to your studio at NBC because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from you. Go ahead. Go ahead, talk about that.
All right. The breaking news from Fox Business: Jordan Representative Jordan reveals whether GOP will pursue probe into Biden administration and health cover-up. I don't know what the end result is. Hopefully they do look into it.
Death, horrible death. I don't know.
But you know that
Pick anyone. White South Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws. And this is all, I'll give these to you. So when you say, what would I like to do? I don't know what to do. Look at this. White South African couple say that they were attacked violently.
This is classic. This is a Zelensky.
Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried. And he asks about a jet that was given. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You are so bad. You're such a bad reporter. This is one after another. This family was wiped out. I'm just looking.
Can you get a report on the news? Can you give us your reaction to those videos, Mr. President?
Well, I think the videos are so. No. When you look at the videos, I mean, how does it get worse? And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their land. That's what. And I have other friends in South Africa. I have people that left.
It goes even deeper than this. That's a South African problem. All right. But there's a BLM problem that's taking place in the United States where they're becoming, there's this burn down the town mentality. And they're pushing reparations. It's a big problem. People need to pay attention to it and push back and don't allow it to happen. Remember not that long ago, there was this whole kneeling crap that was going on? Kneeling and disrespecting the American flag by Kaepernick. And then shortly after that, they were, these woke white people would start kneeling to black people. No one should kneel to anybody. Actually, it's a Jewish concept. You never bow down to anybody, no matter who the hell they are. Why do woke people that are white feel as though they need to kneel down to a black person? It's just mentally wrong. It's mentally, and not only that, why disrespect the American flag? It goes back again, like what I was saying. God, country, and family. If you're disrespecting God, if you're disrespecting the country, or you're disrespecting family and family creation, it's a major problem in society. So this problem with South Africa is a shot over the bow of the crazy crap that's going on with the racial divide in the United States that's being propagated by the BLM movement. And there are people out there, progressives, that are pushing a reparation agenda in the United States. A big problem.
People who do get killed, unfortunately through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
The farmers are not black. The farmers are not black. I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black. And the people that are being killed in large numbers, and you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they told me, to pay respect to their loved ones that were killed. Their heads chopped off,
How do they go to commercial?
About it, and I didn't know we'd get involved here, but I will say this, that if the news wasn't fake like NBC, which is fake news, totally one of the worst, ABC, NBC, CBS, horrible, but if they weren't fake news like this jerk that we have here, if we had real reporters, they'd be covering it, but the fake news in this country doesn't talk about that. They don't want to talk about it, but now they have to talk about it, but they won't. This won't even be a subject.
You know the reason why they don't want to talk about it? Because it starts to shine a light on the problems that we're having with the black community that's pushing the BLM agenda and the reparation agenda. I'm telling you, this is happening in the United States. And people of all colors, all creeds, all religions need to be pushing back. And it's about constitutional freedoms. It's about a republic, a constitutional republic, where there's property rights and the ability through merit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But when you have a group of people that keep on saying, I want, and they're trying to take away the property rights of others, it's a major fucking problem. And people need to wake up to it and push back, because it's happening in the United States.
That whenever there are problems, people need to sit down around a table and talk about them.
Well,
and this is precisely what we would also like to talk about, including, of course, trade matters, investment matters. So the issues that concern you as the United States,
those are all deaths.
Yeah, in many ways, I mean, one should say you are a partner of South Africa. And you are raising concerns, and these are concerns that we are willing to talk to you about. Let me just add quickly, you know, the criminality that we are experiencing in our country.
See, the problem is that the government is corrupt. If they push back on their citizens that are pushing this whole reverse discrimination agenda, they're either going to be assassinated or be pushed out of office so they can't do their take their take when they do these deals with different countries like China or Iran. And the mainstream media doesn't want to cover it, because the mainstream media wants you to think that white males are the problem. That's what they're promulgating in the news. But the reality of the situation is there is an undertow that's taking place in the United States where there's a push for reparations, and you have these news organizations saying, well, how can you have tax cuts and how we got a growing deficit and blah, blah, blah. Do you think that we're going to have a major deficit if there was going to be reparations in the United States? It would balloon our deficit. It would balloon our debt. And look at the types of people that they emulate. The P.D.s of the world, these rappers. A big problem of the problems that we're seeing in the inner city is because of kids, usually that are minority in terms of race, emulate these rapper cultures. And it brings the society down. They're not learning. They're destructive at the societal level and at the personal level. And there is an erosion of God, country, and family. It's really simple. So when you start hearing this reparation shit, you got to push back. You got to push back, because they've been told that as long as you demonize the other races, especially the Caucasian, then they'll capitulate. They'll be afraid. They'll be afraid to push back. And that's part of the woke fucking agenda that's happening in the United States. Push back. All right? Push back. And the way you push back is saying, hell no. It's merit. If you're not climbing the social ladder, it's because your own goddamn fault. Because you didn't learn. You weren't willing to work hard. You used excuses. You gotta push back. Don't kneel for anything. Nothing. Never, ever, ever kneel.
But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country. They're also going to Australia in a smaller number. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country, and they're white farmers, and they feel that they're going to die in South Africa, and it's a bad thing. Yeah,
what can South Africa do? What concessions would you like to see them make to improve relations with the United States? Then I have one more for President Ramaphosa afterwards.
Well, you know, we just spoke about, I got them a very, very complex machine, 150 of them. I was asked by the president if it could help, and I did that. And, you know, I have great feeling for all countries. I deal with all countries, but I have a great feeling for South Africa because I have friends. I have a couple of friends, a few friends here today. I have many friends from South Africa, but many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted. He actually came here on a different subject, sending rockets to Mars, okay? He likes that better. He likes that subject better. But Elon is from South. I want to talk to him about that. I don't want.
And here's the issue. See, people with merit, people with ambition, no matter what their color, no matter what they're starting in life, if you have a strong enough ambition, you work hard, you're increasing the probability of making it. Doesn't mean you will. But when you just emulate rappers and you emulate that culture, that subculture, and you just, you know, run the society into the ground, don't be surprised that your life is shit. It's really that simple. And what happens is now we have an intelligentsia that is trying to justify their failures in life. All right. And that reparations is what's going to solve the problem. You really think that reparations is going to solve the problem in the United States with race and all this? No, what's going to solve the problem with disparity in terms of race is economic development and opportunity in education. That's what's going to allow all people to rise up and be the best that they can be, instead of emulating these stupid rappers. So you got this intelligentsia that's like going in and saying, well, to make it right, we're going to have to give reparations. $50,000 or maybe $100,000 per head for every person in a household that's black. Even if they came here after the Civil War, all right? But you really think that's going to solve the problem? Many of them are just going to blow it on drugs. Many of them are going to blow it on cars and on, you know, on stupid shit. Meanwhile, we blew up our debt and blew up our deficit. It doesn't solve the problem. Because to get to the root cause of the problem here, they need to pull up their pants, make their bed every day and brush their teeth and move forward in life and stop pretending that society owes them something. Society doesn't owe anyone anything. It's through hard work and determination that makes you get through day after day through what we call the journey of life, period.
Making farm attacks and stock theft a priority crime. And it affects all farmers in South Africa, particularly stock theft has a disproportionate effect on smallholder black farmers. I also want to just say this. that the two individuals that are in that video that you've seen are both leaders of opposition minority parties in South Africa, Mkhonto weSizwe under Mr. Zuma and the economic freedom fighters under Mr. Malema. Now, the reason that my party, the Democratic Alliance, which has been an opposition party for over 30 years, chose to join hands with Mr. Ramaphosa's party was precisely to keep those people out of power. We cannot have those people sitting in the union buildings making decisions.
See, here's the problem: is it goes back to the corruption right after Mandela. That there were both sides of the political aisle or aisles. You know, I don't know how many parties they have in their country that were corrupt.
If they get in to the doors of the union buildings in South Africa or control of our parliament, that's what you're going to see. And that is why this government, working together, needs the support of our allies around the world so that we can strengthen our hand, grow our economy, and shut the door forever on that rabble getting through the doors of the union buildings, because then South Africa's future will be.
So you denounced that type of language in the video that you saw?
Oh, yes. We've always done so. As government, as my own party, we are completely opposed to that. We, in 1955, adopted a document which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it.
But why wouldn't you arrest that man? That man said, kill the white farmers, kill the white farmers. And then he danced, and he's dancing, and it's kill the white farmers. I think, I'm not sure, but I think if somebody got up in Parliament and started saying kill a certain group of people, that he would be arrested very quickly. That man is going all over South Africa, and that's not a small party. That was a stadium that holds 100,000 people, and I hardly saw an empty seat. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of representation. And those crosses, we have dead white people, dead white farmers mostly. And you take a look at Australia, they're being inundated, and we're being inundated with people that want to get out. And their farm is valueless. It's valueless. And they just want to get out with their life. And this is a very serious situation. And if we had a real news or real press or media, we don't have that because they won't talk about this because they're all guys like that idiot. But if we had a real press, it would be exposed. And you know, the beauty of exposing it is it's like a cleansing action. When it gets exposed, it'll get fixed. That's when it'll get fixed. But people don't talk about it. And I'll tell you who's talking about the thousands of people that are fleeing South Africa right now.
It's not just the fleeing that's taking place now. You got to look at what has been going on over a longer time period, like 10 or 15 years, or maybe even more. There's a historical context with this, with the corruption and with the racism and the reverse racism that's taking place. There's a larger historical context here.
The United States always gets the request for money. Nobody else helps, as you know. Europe doesn't help. Europe hasn't given anything. All they do is sue our companies. You know, they sue Apple and they sue all of our companies. Apple had to pay $17 billion on a nonsense lawsuit. Very unfair. But we're going to always be there to help.
Is showing rise to South African broadcasting. If this Afrikaner resettlement issue is resolved, we're going to go into a room after this. You guys are going to talk. If it is resolved, what is the potential for the future-looking relationship?
It's fantastic. It's got to be resolved. It should be resolved. It's a little bit bad when you see a stadium with 100,000 people in it, because that means it's more than just a little movement. It's a pretty big movement in South Africa, so it has to be resolved. It'll be the end of the country if it's not resolved.
Potential for the relationship moving forward.
I hope so. That's why I'm here. I mean, I'm not here for my health. I'm here to.
I think Trump was making a good, statement. It's like, okay, the government's saying that the anti-white rhetoric that's taking place is not government policy. But if it's not government policy, then why isn't the government stopping it and prosecuting these individuals? They're not. It's a big problem. See, what they view is that it's just a political issue, that they have an opposition party that's and they don't want them to be in power. They don't want to really solve the real problem. The real problem is there is a reverse discrimination that's taking place. There's a lot of corruption in South Africa.
South Africans, I still have my South African passport. We travel with this passport, and I got my visa here. So, but we want to see things get better in our home country. And that's the bottom line. It's been 35 years since the transition. President Ramaphosa was right in the middle of the transition time, 1990.
So we talk about Mandela.
So it's been 35 years of ANC government. And I know there's a lot of anger, through the transition. There was also a lot of stuff happening in the apartheid days. We grew up in the apartheid era. But I don't think two wrongs makes a right. Exactly. President.
Now think about this. Just use this as an analog. There was an apartheid. There's a transition. Then now there's reverse discrimination. Now, don't you think that's kind of sort of in a very longer arc and a little bit different that's happening in the United States? Well, there was slavery, and then there was freedom, right? But now there's this push with this woke agenda, this BLM movement, where they want to set in motion to be able to have reparations. The United States can't afford it, and two, they don't deserve it. People need to push back on this. It's a major problem.
Farmers are getting involved in local municipalities, trying to rebuild some of the infrastructure that's been decaying for a long time. So there's a lot of coexistence going on and help from a lot of areas. But I feel we need the US to push this thing through. We've got a great ally if we can have the US. It's always been an ally.
How often do you hear a BLM protester, right, say that blacks in Africa really are important? Very, very rare to hear that, all right? There's more problems that are going on in the continent of Africa than the problems that are taking place in the United States. What they really care about, dealing with the whole black constituency in the United States that's aligned with BLM, is reparations. They want free money. So they can blow it just like some sort of hip hop star, because that's who they emulate. They don't emulate, a scientist or, a general or a great artist. No. They want to emulate this urban garbage that's out there in pop culture.
Little police station. We need drones. I actually got drones donated for the peace parks to stop elephant and rhino poaching. And his predecessor stopped the importation because he said the United States would spy on us. I mean, you and SpaceX, the ridicule. So if you can help us. Remember, sir, you and I lived in New York in the 70s. We never thought New York could be what it became. 2 commissioners, a tough mayor. We need your help to stop this awful killing. But it's across the board. Then he's right now building a house in George. I'm building 3 cottages for my grandchildren on a farm outside Graaff-Reinet. I often go to bed without locking the door. And we have a serious problem with illegal aliens who stream across the border. And if you really look at our statistics, a lot of these murders, firstly, it's unemployment and illegal aliens. And then I met Vice President Vance many years ago at the Charlie Rose show. My wife loved his book. And she reminded me this morning that you emphasized the devastation that occurs when big companies leave towns and cities, and there's a culture of dependency that develops. I remember you discussing it. Now that's our problem. If we don't get our economy to grow, the culture of dependency and the lawlessness will increase. I've
That's
been
exactly
against
what's happening. That is exactly what's happening in urban America. The cult, he's phrased it perfectly. The culture of dependency.
You'll see it, sir. Yeah. He marched on the farm.
The crime is bad.
The crime is terrible, sir, but Mr. Steenhuisen won't admit to it, but he runs the Western Cape, where I live. And the biggest murder rate is in the Cape Flats. Gangs. We've got gang warfare, like your M33 or whatever, these guys. We've got equivalents there, but we need your help, sir. And we need Elon technology.
Well, one of the real areas of support is really in investments. We've got to grow our economy, because through growing the economy, we're then able to create more jobs. Because crime really thrives where there is inequality and unemployment. And that is one of the reasons that has brought us here, to improve our investment relations, our trade relations, so that we can preserve the number of jobs that your companies have created in South Africa. By virtue of what we export to you, we are able to create up to 500,000 jobs in the auto industry, in the agricultural industry, and a number of other industries, mining, where we export things to you. And we also know that as South African companies invest here, you are also able to create jobs. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship. So our main real reason for being here is to foster trade and investment, so that we are able to grow our economy with your support, and so that we are also able to address all these societal problems, because criminality thrives when people are unemployed, when they have no other hope to eke out a living. So that is what we need to resolve. And your support, your partnership with us is what is really going to give us a strong capability to move forward.
Excuse me, do you have anything to say? I mean, I don't want to leave you out. You know, the guy won 3 or 4 majors. 3 or 4?
No, only 2.
That's a lot. By the way, 2's a lot. A lot of tournaments you won too. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. President Ramaphosa. I grew up in an area in South Africa that is a farmland area, Polokwane. Yep. And there is some issues up there. Obviously, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer. And yeah, some of these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it, but it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer. And at the end of the day, you know, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce the food.
Farming, right? He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing, right? They love farming. They don't want to leave.
Correct.
It's a struggle.
Yeah, and you know, food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. You know, without those 2 things, you can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water is great. Obviously, all the water comes out of the borehole, out of ground for us down there. But yeah, it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get the water out.
Your family and your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
They live behind electric fences, you know, try and be at night.
To the ones who carry us. The queen who unites different friend groups. The bold leader when the night is young. Kate Spade.
Why
why do you want to bring back Manhattan?
You see, power.
Something.
Power brought along the president of the largest trade union in our country, Ziggy Solosi, because she leads many, many workers, more than 1 million, 2 million workers. And maybe we should give her a chance to say something because she's come all the way to join us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
President, for extending the invitation to us as organized labor. And I must say that we are here to support the initiatives that has been made by our government with business, of course, as organized labor. We've been coming to Washington on the AGOA trade relations in the previous regime. And I think at the center of it all, for me, it is exactly what Mr. Rupert have said, the importance of us growing the economy. We have always emphasized when we were here and kept on coming and negotiating on AGOA that the 600 US companies that are based in South Africa, as you said, President Ramaphosa, 500,000 jobs will be wiped out. We need more foreign direct investment in our country. We are not just talking about those that will lose employment, but we are talking about over 40% of people that are unemployed, that have no hope of ever finding a job. And we think that correctly, as they have said, that we need to deal with the issue of porous borders in our country so that everyone that comes in is documented.
I'm telling you, it's about education and it's about economic opportunity. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the turmeric. This is going to bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals. It's going to help your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Olive leaf extract, dual purpose, brings down inflammation and also helps you to control, bring down that LDL level and increase your HDL levels. It's going to improve your lipid profile. That's going to help your cardiovascular system. Reducing inflammation helps your cardiovascular system and your immune system. Ashwagandha root is going to help bring down cortisol levels, bring down those blood glucose levels, reduce inflammation. That's very important for your cardiovascular health and your immune system. So a great stack to target two systems, your immune system and your cardiovascular system, is to take the turmeric, the ashwagandha root, and the olive leaf extract together. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Let's go back to Al Jazeera.
The crime statistics. There is no doubt about it that we are a violent nation, for a number of reasons, and we're not condoning anything. But also, if you go into the rural areas where Black majority are, you would see women, elderly, being raped, being killed, being murdered. And these are Black elderly women that would be found throat slits, raped multiple times and all of that. And the problem in South Africa, it is not necessarily about race, but it is about crime. And we think that we are here to say, how do we both nations work together to reset, to really talk about investment, but also help us in how we can have the technology and everything that is needed, President, to really address the levels of crime that we have in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Genocide is a very strong word. I'm wondering if you've made up your mind as to whether you believe genocide is occurring in South Africa, or you still have doubts, and if you have made up your mind, why invite President Ramaphosa here today for this conversation?
Well, I haven't made up my mind. I hate to see it from the standpoint of South Africa, but also, I'm trying to save lives. I'm working with Russia and Ukraine. I don't have to do that. It's not our war. It was started by other people, helped along by our past administration. It would have never happened if I were president, but I'm trying to save lives. And no matter where. Rwanda, I have nothing to do with Rwanda and the Congo, but I felt I had a very talented person in this administration, and I sent him there. And he did an unbelievable job, I think. I mean, we're going to find out, but he's done the hardest part of the job. It should happen. if I can save lives, I want to save the lives. If it's in Africa, that's great. If it's in Europe, if it's wherever it may be. And it's a very small investment to do, believe me, compared to what the consequences are. So I hope we can do something. Look, I have so many friends. These two men, I have great admiration for them because I know what they do for a living. And that's a very hard living, going from city to city, from country to country, and hitting a ball 350 yards like they do, and getting the ball in the hole. It's a very tough, with lots of people watching, right? That's a very tough living. You know, they're champions. I respect champions. And I respect very much, and I think the country is very lucky. They really wanted to be here. They could be elsewhere. They could be on a beautiful fairway someplace, and they wanted to be here. So.
My name is Yanda Mobo from Newsroom Africa in South Africa. How important is it for the United States to be at our G20 summit in November, given the relationship between our two countries? You've just heard what has been said to you just now. Are you coming, and are you preparing to come?
So without the United States, the G20, just like the G7, used to be the G8, but brilliantly they threw Russia out. Would have been a lot better if Russia was in, you know.
Breaking news, there's OpenAI bought Johnny Ives, who used to be the designer for Apple when Steve Jobs was there over at Apple. Johnny Ives sold a artificial intelligence device company that he had, and is going to have it looks like he's going to have some sort of control in terms of developing devices for OpenAI. So now you got OpenAI competing with Apple using Johnny Ives. It's interesting on what is going on in the AI world. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator barley. This is going to help you build muscle. It's a high density protein. Take it every day. Get a big scooper with this. Take a full scoop or a half a scoop each day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or a smoothie. Take it every day. It'll bring down inflammation, detoxify your body, soak up free radicals, and again, do resistance training. It's going to help build muscle. Really important. Clarity factor. Get rid of that brain fog so you can concentrate at work or in school, or even if you're retired, to focus on tasks at hand. This will help to get those neurons firing. It'll help to support memory. And when you improve that cognition and having those neurons fire, you're going to improve the neuroplasticity. You're going to think faster, and you're going to have better memory. Take Clarity Factor every day. Omega-3 will help to bring down LDL levels, increase your HDL levels, so that's going to improve your lipid profile. That's very important for your cardiovascular health. It'll also bring down inflammation and prevent the red blood cells from oversticking, reducing overclotting. Myotrol, really important for gene expression. Stacks really well with the Gladiator barley. You stack it, you'll build muscle faster. Myotrol helps with the gene expression of build muscle. It has flavonoids, polyphenols, and lignans. It'll also help with mitochondrial health. All right, let's go back to Al Jazeera here.
Meeting. We'll be going to both of them for their views on it. First of all, let's go to Johannesburg, where we can join our correspondent, Famida Miller. So, Famida, I mean, it was clearly an emotional meeting at times, quite a lot of the time, and it was held in front of the world's media. Ramaphosa, it has to be said, was extremely restrained in the face of very provocative circumstances. I think we've got some video that we can show of the video that was used in that meeting to show to Ramaphosa, which he had trouble even seeing. He kept having to lean forward and lean around. It was very awkward. He then got presented a whole list of articles supposedly detailing the white genocide. Could you please give us some context as to what we were watching in that video and what those articles contained?
Well, Laura, if we look at that video and some of those article printouts that Trump had, he certainly came to that meeting prepared, wanting to justify these claims that he's put forward about a white genocide. Now, in that video, we heard opposition leader, opposition leader Julius Malema, the economic freedom fighters leader, chant, kill the Boer, kill the farmer. This is what we've heard from him for many years now. And it, of course, is very controversial in South Africa. It does anger a lot of people, specifically those in the white community, in that they feel threatened. They feel that it is hate speech. It's been taken to the Constitutional Court. It continues to be a contentious issue, given that he continues to and is allowed to make those utterances. Now, when we've spoken to a civil rights organization, AfriForum, and it represents the most number of Afrikaners in South Africa, their leadership has said that they're disappointed that Cyril Ramaphosa has not condemned Julius Malema for making those statements, in that they and their families, Afrikaner people, do feel threatened. Those kind of statements are uncalled for, and those kind of statements have been justified in terms of being perhaps a call to action, a call for revolution around equality for all South Africans. Many would say that it's not to be taken literally. Nonetheless, it upsets a lot of people. It was used by Trump today to justify the claims that he's making around a white genocide. We heard from South African president, as well as his ministers and a couple of people included in that delegation, that there is no genocide in South Africa. Is there a crime issue in South Africa? Absolutely. South Africa is one of the highest crime rates and often very violent crime. It is debatable whether Afrikaner farmers on farms are specifically targeted. Many have argued that they are in rural areas, which oftentimes are isolated and of course makes them vulnerable. But we have very high levels of crime across the country. And just wanting to point out one other thing is that 49...
All right, there's a major sell-off now going on in the equity market. The equity market, the S&P 500 is down 72 points, 71 points. It's trading at 5,869. So we broke the 5,900 level. And VIX is starting to spike at 19.91. I'm not sure why this is happening. Also, Bitcoin is selling off. BITO is selling off at 22.68. Oil is going down. It's at 61.53. And the only thing that I could pick up in the news that seems to be happening is that Speaker Johnson says he plans to hold tax bill vote today. So that may be the reason, unless there's something else that I'm not seeing here. Let's go to Bloomberg.
Back to the ratepayers to be able to make up for that, instead of the federal government paying, somebody in Oklahoma paying for a grid system in, say, Kentucky or somewhere. And so I don't know what the final details of that are going to be. They wanted to go to the White House to talk about this. So my assumption is that they're on their way over there to get support from the president on this. Again, this is really important part. It's a very, should that happen, it would be, I think it's $300 to $400 billion in possible scoring that would be additional savings. In ways and means, because we did all of our stuff working together, not, trying to work through these and hash it out. We had a lot of dialogue. We have, folks from, very rich coal country. We have folks from oil and gas states like myself. We have people that have been in business for a long time like myself. And we've had others that have been in state politics that understand how these green credits work and how they, how they're important to states.
Pentagon has confirmed that they took possession of the GETTR jet.
That's why we came to $515 billion in saving on the green credits by shortening the phase-out time, but still allowing for people that had projects going to be able to utilize those.
All right, Congressman, we appreciate you joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Republican Congressman Kevin Hurd of Oklahoma here with us on Balance of Power as we continue to follow the movement on Capitol Hill toward trying to get to a vote on budget reconciliation. We're also following the markets. I would note we did see at the top of this hour a 20-year auction that tailed weak demand, and that has sent Treasury yields materially higher. We're now up 11 basis points on the 30-year to 5.08%, and you're seeing a subsequent move in equities as well. The S&P 500 has rolled over in a big way, now down about 1.3%. We'll get more on that with our colleague Charlie Pellet in New York in just a moment. But first, we want to check in with our political panel who is joining us today. Kristen Hahn is with us, partner at Rock Solutions and Democratic strategist, alongside Republican strategist Lisa Camisa-Miller, former RNC communications director. Welcome to you both. As we consider what is happening in the markets right now, especially in the bond market, maybe tied to what's actually happening with fiscal policy. So it's great to get your perspective on the direction that this is really heading. Lisa, do you expect that this package, with the changes the speaker is negotiating, either has finalized with the SALT caucus, perhaps still working on the conservatives, can have a vote this week?
Haley, it really feels unlikely. It feels like everything that I'm seeing, every indication that I'm hearing, there's a movement from leadership that really wants to get this done by the week's end. President is obviously asking for the same. But the Freedom Caucus has said that they do not feel like a vote this week it makes good sense. They feel like it's an arbitrary deadline. And so it feels to me like there are just far too many factions still undecided that would get us through and get this done. This is Wednesday. We still have a rules package. We don't necessarily have that through the Rules Committee. And then that goes to the floor and then more debate happens. So while the movement continues to go and advance itself, it doesn't necessarily, to me, at least right now, feel like it's likely to happen before the end of the week.
You've seen a couple of these, Kristen Hahn. What's your take? Because we spoke with a very optimistic Mike Lawler at the top of the hour. Chip Roy sounds exactly the opposite. Unclear if the president can change moods today. Is this bill gaining momentum or is it slowing down?
Well, I think Mike Lawler has a reason to be happy right now. So he's coming out of a very positive meeting. Meanwhile, a lot of his colleagues are not. So, I agree with Lisa. I think that, this is, the legislative process. Although I really do think that the president and the House Republican leadership, if I were in one of those tough seats to hold on to as a Republican, I would be very wary of taking a vote on a bill like this because it's going to come back to haunt them.
Well, and when we consider what will come back to haunt whom, and the positioning of President Trump specifically here, Lisa, who obviously would like to see a Republican majority maintained to the extent, and he wants to see this package perhaps first and foremost passed by Congress. He went to Capitol Hill yesterday to make the case. We understand he'll be meeting at the White House this afternoon with the speaker and holdouts in the House Freedom Caucus. Is he able to convince them today of what he couldn't yesterday, or is he losing his power to exercise complete control over the Republican conference?
I think, Kaylee, I've said this before, and I continue to assert that this is a system where in order to get what you want from the White House, in order for the White House to get the Congress to move, they have to have an agreement amongst the parties about how the parties of those, the Congress and that White House, agreement on policy issues. The president has the tariffs that are still overweighing and leaning over a lot of these districts where they're already feeling the pinch and already feeling the pain. And I think the difference between what the president is asking for and what the Freedom Caucus is looking for is still very, very far apart. So as much as the president's going to tell them to do whatever they can, they also know that when it comes down to midterm elections, the president is not going to have as much of a sway as he once did, because he is, in fact, in the second half at that point of his term, and it will make him less and less powerful. So over time, the president will have less control and less opportunity to really influence those members, because they, in fact, are really trying to defend their seats and stay in power. And also, they need to go home in just a few short weeks.
A great stack for your neurohealth is the following. Ubiquinol. It's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. Ubiquinol will also help with your mitochondrial health, boost up that energy level, and protect your neurons. Very important to take once you turn age 40. So if you're 40 years of age or older, take Ubiquinol. Also take NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels. That will increase your energy, help to repair your DNA damage, and protect your neurons. Very important to take every day, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Stack these together to get the max benefit. You can also stack it with C60. So take NAD+, ubiquinol, stack them together, protect those neurons. Very important. And vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex, the first 4 B vitamins helps with your mitochondrial health. B complex will help with your cellular metabolism. And B12 is a great vitamin to help with your neural health. So if you really want to really supercharge your neural health, take vitamin B complex, NAD+, and ubiquinol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get those supplements. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
So that seems to be what we're seeing evidence of in financial markets today, in the bond market especially, as we're seeing yields rocketing higher on both the 10-year and the 30-year. We're up more than 10 basis points. And we have seen President Trump in the past, granted it was related to tariffs earlier this year, take a look at what's happening in the bond market, identify what he saw as queasiness, and decide to change his course of action. If we are seeing material upset in financial markets, once again, over this legislative package that he campaigned on, that we know he wants very badly, would you expect any kind of similar change of heart, or is this already largely done and dusted?
You know, it's really hard to tell, Kaylee. It does feel like he is, while he is saying, you know, damn the torpedoes and let's go forward, the president also is mindful of the fact that if the market takes a hit, or if there are shifts in underpinnings of the market, that he very well will adjust, because he doesn't necessarily want to have to answer for that, because he knows that those kinds of signs are signs of long-term pain and not short-term pain. And that's the other thing that I think he will be watching for, and his advisors will be watching for. But ultimately, Kaylee, he wants a win so badly. He wants this big, beautiful bill, one big piece of legislation, which, good golly, I'm as old to know. I mean, the last time we did that was in 2010 when we passed the Affordable Care Act. So it's been a long time since we've had a great big giant bill get passed in the Congress in the way that the White House wants to see it done. But, you know, if anybody's willing to take the shot and take this unprecedented stance and way to move, it'll be Donald Trump.
You know, Kristen, it's interesting as we consider what we're seeing in the bond market here, the concerns on Wall Street across the board about rising debt and deficits. This is something that the party in power frequently loses religion on. But it's going to be hard for lawmakers to hide from what's happening in the markets when it's right before our eyes like this. Was extending the current policy baseline the original sin in this process? How come we're not arguing about how to pay for it?
I mean, I think I do think so. And I think that you're exactly right. The reason why we're not arguing about how to pay for it is because you've got one party control in Washington. They want to extend these tax cuts, and it's very, very difficult to do that if you're looking at actually paying for it. So it's easier to saddle future generations with that debt. And I know it's people, you know, who are in the minority party generally get religion on this and talk about saddling future generations, but it really is, and it has real impacts on our national security. And, you know, you look at the CBO scoring, and you're going to hear a lot about from Republicans as they come out in support of this bill, talking about dynamic scoring and all of these things. I mean, it's a tale as old as time. At the end of the day, you know, I do agree with the congressman that both sides are going to have to get together and figure this thing out. But as long as there's one party control in Washington, it's not going to happen.
The CBO says this plan would increase the deficit by $2.3 trillion over a decade, something that the market is looking at very closely here. The 30-year now soaring above 5%. After this 20-year auction, it's something that Charlie Pellet has his eyes on, and we want to update the markets with thanks to our panel, Lisa Cabuso-Miller and Kristen Hahn. A great conversation. Charlie Pellet is live at World Headquarters in New York. This is falling apart pretty quickly here, Charlie. What are you looking at?
Absolutely right about that, Joe Matthew. Indeed, since our last update, a dramatic turn lower and a dramatic shift in sentiment with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. Treasury yields jumping after a week $16 billion sale. We are seeing concern about a ballooning deficit. Also, America's status as a safe haven. Right now, we have got the S&P down 60 at 58.79. That is a drop now of just about 1%. The Dow lower by 1.5%. A lot of red, down 659 right now. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 157, down 0.8%. The NASDAQ 100 Index down 0.7%, but cannot ignore the move lower in the Russell 2000 Index. Small cap shares tumbling now 2.2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index down by 0.4%. Your 10-year, 4.57%. The 2-year, 4.01%. Joe mentioned the 30-year, 5.06%. Spot gold up $20 the ounce, up 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 5.10, 61.70 a barrel on WTI. And we absolutely cannot ignore the surge in Bitcoin today, up by 0.4% right now, but a $107,000 handle on Bitcoin, 107,460. Indeed, we are looking at a record today for Bitcoin. So recapping here, Treasury yields are jumping. The 10-year, 4.57%. Stocks are selling off. S&P down 52, a drop there of 0.9%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. More on the markets coming up once again. Let's go back to Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Real-time updates on the markets every day here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg Radio, on Bloomberg TV, and Bloomberg Originals as we spin a couple of plates here, frequently the case on this program, straddling both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, with not only the debate that we've been talking about over reconciliation on Capitol Hill, but Kaylee, an important visit to the White House today. We're going to be talking with Patrick Gaspard about a bit later on. The president of South Africa is in town. We've got to spend a little more time on these markets, though, because we've seen a wild turn since we came to air today.
Well, yeah, and it's hard to extract the stories we're tracking here in Washington from the stories that Wall Street is tracking. I mean, even in the case of what we saw go down between the South African president and President Trump, you're seeing the rand moving off the back of that. And certainly, as we track what's happening on Capitol Hill, bond markets are taking note of the potential fiscal situation we could find ourselves in if this one big, beautiful bill passes. And that was evidenced by weak demand in a 20-year auction. That tail sending yields higher, as Charlie was just running us through. We're now well north of 5% on the 30-year to 5.06%. And on that note, we turn to Mike Regan joining us from New York. He's Bloomberg's senior editor, helping us keep track of these markets. Mike, we've seen before the bond market getting quote unquote queasy, if you will, to use the words of President Trump. At that time, it was over concern about reciprocal tariffs. This time, is this really all about what's going on in Congress?
I think it's a big part of it, Kelly. Obviously, you know, we also have basically the first big auction since the Moody's downgrade of U.S. sovereign debt on Friday, really eliminating that last AAA rating on U.S. bonds. And so hard to say if it's directly related to that, but certainly all the concerns that Moody's brought up, the fact that the deficits appear like they will get even bigger and bigger, especially if the 2017 tax cuts are extended. And that not only are the deficits getting bigger, but the interest rates to fund these deficits in the bond market are higher than they have been in many years. And that obviously just makes government borrowing much more expensive. And to your point, it was exactly that, what's known as a tail on Wall Street in the bond auction. In other words, this 20-year sale, $16 billion in 20-year debt was auctioned at a higher interest rate than what was suggested in when issued trading before the auction. At the yield came in at 5.047%. So really only 1 basis point above when issued, but not a good sign as far as demand goes when you see an auction tail like that, especially at these elevated rates. There was some hope that this rate above 5% might draw in some demand for this 20-year issue, but not as much demand as the market had hoped. And really a pretty sharp cross-asset reaction to that. Not only yields spiking across the Treasury curve, equity markets extending losses, paring some of them back, but we're still looking about a 1% drop in the S&P 500. As far as Bitcoin, it had reached that record earlier in the day, still marginally positive for the day, but back about $1,000 or $2,000 below that record. So at least from a knee-jerk perspective, the markets are not taking this auction today very positively.
Mike Regan, I'm confused because we saw all of this coming, didn't we? President Trump ran on extending the Trump tax cuts. There were estimates that it would add trillions to the deficit going back months ago, long before the election. He also ran on tariffs. He said it was his favorite word, the best word in the dictionary. Both of them hit after the election. We ran up in stocks and now somehow we're disappointed that it's actually happening or surprised. Shouldn't the market have been pricing all this in?
Yeah, Joe, I think the market sort of discounts what Trump is promising and what they believe will actually happen. What will be politically feasible for him to accomplish. And certainly, we've heard from a lot of investors who did not believe the the trade tensions would be as sort of acute as they've proven to be. There's always a question of, well, Trump wants to do this. What does Congress, what are they willing to give him? Regardless of the fate of this bill, the big, beautiful bill being negotiated in Congress, it's becoming pretty clear that we're not going to be looking at a sharply reduced federal deficit, regardless of what Congress agrees on. At least that's the thinking in the market right now. And I think, just those bigger deficits, it's just a lot for the market to swallow right now.
Great conversation, as always, with Mike Regan. Thank you for jumping on with us, Mike, with a real turn in the markets here following this 20-year bond auction. We'll keep tabs on this for you, of course, throughout the day here on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. And on any other day, what took place today in the Oval Office would be our lead story. It's one of many at the moment, as the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, arrives at the White House amid allegations of genocide put forth by President Trump against white Afrikaners, in many cases, white farmers, some of whom have been given refugee status here in the United States. It started off as a cordial conversation. The president then started to dig into these allegations, going so far as to even show a video with unsubstantiated claims of this persecution. The South African president was given a chance to speak. Here's what he said.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the quiet table, it will take President Trump to listen to them.
President Ramaphosa at the White House for lunch and a bilateral meeting with President Trump that presumably includes other issues, including trade. And we want to talk about this with Patrick Gaspard, a perfect day to have the distinguished senior fellow at the Center for American Progress. He's former U.S. ambassador to South Africa in the Obama administration. Mr. Ambassador, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Donald Trump is talking about genocide today. What should be the response from South Africa?
Well, thank you so very much for having me on. But it's a bizarre day to be on here today. Donald Trump is talking about genocide in South Africa. Let's be really clear here. There is absolutely, positively no credible human rights organization in South Africa or anywhere in the world that says that there's a genocide taking place in South Africa. So the response from President Ramaphosa has to only be, one, there's no genocide. Two, the bilateral partnership between the U.S.
I think there's too many people using the word genocide, and it's the definitions are too loose. Is there a technical definition, a technical genocide that's taking place in South Africa? Probably not. Or you want to use the absolute definition of genocide. But there's definitely reverse discrimination that's taking place, and the loss of property rights, and people are being killed.
In the Oval Office to see in person printed handouts of stories in which he said they described horrible death of white South Africans, knowing that it did seem that a certain amount of this was staged, and knowing as well, Mr. Ambassador, that Cyril Ramaphosa, while not in the presidential role, was in the South African government at the time you were serving as ambassador, so you do know the players here. How did he conduct himself? Did he do well?
Well, I've known President Ramaphosa ever since he was a labor leader in the country when I first visited in 1991. President Ramaphosa did everything that he could to maintain his composure and not only his personal dignity, but the dignity of the nation that he represents. But it's really hard when you're sitting across from Donald Trump and he's laying out not facts, Kaylee, but propaganda. The film that he showed comes from an organization called AfroForum. that's known to be aligned with the most extreme fringe right-wing elements, not only in South Africa, but
are people dying? And are people losing their property? Are people having their property destroyed? And if so, why isn't it the government, the South African government, stopping this from happening?
Connors is another fringe character who is not in the government, who Cyril Ramaphosa in the ANC soundly defeated in the last elections, and who has no credible power in the country. So it's rhetoric, no fact, all propaganda. White Afrikaners, who make up less than 8% of the population, represent less than 2% of the murder victims in South Africa. Furthermore, that small Afrikaner population also happen to be some of the largest landowners in a country that has real asymmetries of economic inclusion. Those are the things that South Africans are trying to solve for with the partnership of the U.S. through trade.
And what they're doing is they're taking the property. They're destroying property, trying to run them out, and taking the property.
Now, and that Donald
rights?
Trump and the American people should be settling in a fashion that helps people along the supply chain in America, consumers in America, and workers in South Africa.
This is really helpful context, Ambassador. I'm sure you saw that Elon Musk was in the Oval Office. We didn't hear him speak. But when you step back and consider what just happened, was this an ambush?
It was absolutely an ambush, as evident by the video that you just made reference to being wheeled in. And then the President of the United States sitting there with printed out copies of alleged articles that lay out the crimes against Afrikaners in the country. A president who, by the way, has overturned the entire asylum system in the U.S. for every other nation, every other nationality, but is throwing open the doors to Afrikaners who are allegedly under assault. Elon Musk didn't have to speak. He is...
Patrick, who's speaking right now, used to work for the Obama administration. Do you really think he's going to say something positive about Trump?
South African government. And I truly believe that Donald Trump is carrying water for Elon Musk in these conversations, and they're hoping that the South Africans will overturn a regulatory framework that has not made it possible for Musk to operate in South Africa in the way that he would like to. I hate to say this about an American president, but too often we see that there's some kind of a grift that's involved with pronouncements around national security and foreign policy. It's the case here too, I believe.
Well, there's another foreign policy issue, though, that the U.S. seems to take particular exception with when it comes to South Africa, and that's South Africa leading the charge in the International Court of Justice against Israel, claiming that Israel is committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. That was among the reasons that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in testimony yesterday on Capitol Hill, suggested President Trump won't be attending the G20 summit in November in South Africa, though he didn't necessarily give us a firm answer on that in the Oval Office. Is that policy around Israel reconcilable between these two countries, Mr. Ambassador?
I so appreciate that question from you, and I really wish that dominated the dialogue today in the Oval Office, that and trade, instead of this ridiculous ruse around white genocide. Let's be really clear. South Africa has had a long-standing relationship with elements of the Palestinian leadership, Palestinian civil society. No surprise to anyone that following October 7th, after South Africa appropriately denounced Hamas, appropriately talked about South Africa's right to exist and to defend itself, that it then in turn took up a defense of Palestinians when they saw collective punishment being taken upon tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. So that should not have surprised anyone if you know about South Africa's history and record as it relates to Palestinians and global human rights. So now Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, two actors who have not spoken out about the collective punishment in Gaza. Donald Trump, a president of the United States, who said that we should clear all the Palestinians out of Gaza and turn it into some kind of like beachfront property. No concern for that. He's now suddenly talking about genocide, but not in a context anywhere else in the world. He defends Putin's incursion against innocent Ukrainians. He says nothing to speak up about what's happening to Palestinians every single day, where Netanyahu is redoubling down on his occupation and bombing in Gaza. And now he's singling out white Afrikaners who have been ginned up for him by fringe elements of his movement as victims of genocide. The hypocrisy is overwhelming here.
So this is a president of the United States, in your view, whose view has been corrupted by Elon Musk.
I never thought I would live to see the day where a president of the United States would be siding with Vladimir Putin against an innocent sovereign nation that has been invaded and surfacing myth about genocide in one country in order to help the business interests of one of his principal supporters who spent in excess of $250 million on his election. It's an extraordinary thing. We have something in the United States called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and I think that a responsible Congress would be looking thoroughly at these circumstances.
Ambassador, we just have a minute left here, but given everything we've just discussed and the evident tension between the U.S. and South Africa, do you have hope a trade agreement between the two can be reached, knowing at the end of the 90-day period, a 30% reciprocal tariff could be put into place once again?
I'm ever hopeful. The U.S. and South Africa have had challenges in the relationship before. I remember being a young activist protesting against the resistance of the Reagan administration to lay sanctions against South Africa. We overcame that. There is bipartisan support for the partnership between the U.S. and South Africa on trade and on healthcare relief as well. So I think that there are responsible Republicans in the Senate and the House who understand the importance of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, both for security and for economic growth.
I would love for her to ask this ambassador the question, do you support reparations in the United States?
Power, former ambassador to South Africa during the Obama administration, Patrick.
Don't ask the hard questions, just ask the easy questions. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is a supplement that I've been taking for decades. It's a awesome supplement to stack with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, even clarity factor. Resveratrol is going to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It's going to help mitochondrial health, boost up those ATP levels, because if you're reducing stress on the mitochondria, you're improving mitochondrial efficiency. And resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression and getting rid of cells that are in senescence. So take resveratrol every day, but stack it to get the max benefit. And like I said, you can stack it with NAD+, ubiquinol, C60, clarity factor. So it's a great supplement to take every day. And Good Night Formula. Good Night Formula will help you to get into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. That's very important. That will allow you to detoxify your central nervous system, to consolidate memory, and to be well rested in the morning. Chronic sleep deprivation will cause problems with your memory because you are building up toxins and you're not consolidating that memory. So it's very important to have good sleep. This has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. So please go to my store, get the Good Night Formula, take it every night to get a well-rested sleep. And with good sleep and having that sleep pattern on a daily basis, you're going to improve your cortisol levels too. Please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is 68 nutrients in a powder. Take a full scoop each day. The powder compound is shown on the screen here. You can read the label more carefully on my website. But Boomer Boost is going to boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism. You're going to lose weight safely, and you're going to have a steady burn of energy throughout the day, no spiking. It's going to also help with removing brain fog. It's going to allow you to concentrate. You're going to sleep better. It'll also help with your cardiovascular system, brain function, musculature. It'll help you to build muscle, maintain muscle. and rev up your metabolism. Take it every day. You're going to see the effects of this within 72 hours when you start taking it. Now, you should take it every day for breakfast or for lunch. Mix it with soft foods, smoothie, milk, filtered water, however you want to take it. I take it with soft foods like hummus. But you take it every day, and what you're going to notice is that you're getting the nutrients you need. You're getting those high levels of energy. And when you stack it with the many other supplements that I have, you're really supercharging that protocol. So please go to my store, take it every day, 1 scooper a day for breakfast or for lunch. You can save money also. This container, 1 month supply, I'm sure is cheaper than your 1 month of expense for breakfast or for lunch. So you're gonna get in shape, get healthy, and save money. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost. All right, that's the end of the transmission for today. We've been broadcasting for about 5 hours or so. There's definitely a laying down in the equity market because of the 30-year Treasury auction didn't go so well. So we'll pick this up tomorrow, see how the markets react in Asia and in the opening for tomorrow. But thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Click that link, go to my store, get the products, help support my work. All these videos I do are for free. And if you've been paying attention throughout these broadcasts, I tell you how to make money by going into these positions at certain positions for the resistance and when to exit, or let me rephrase it, to get in those positions for those support levels and when to get out of those positions with the resistance levels. So I give you some intelligence about which markets to go in and which ones to go out of. So please pay attention to my show. It's informative. You can make money on it. But like today, out of the blue, you had an event where the Treasury market didn't do so well. So there's going to be a sell-off. This is a time to buy, actually, the equities. The equities are right now selling at 5,870. So if you have some cash on hand, start dollar cost averaging in the S&P 500 ETFs. And by doing that, you're going to get a better price point. So when this is going to mean revert back to 5,900. I don't think it'll mean revert today. It'll probably take tomorrow or the next day to mean revert. But take this as an opportunity. This is a buying opportunity, what you just saw. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The support level for the S&P 500, the nearest one is 5,750, and it's trading at 5,868. Resistance level, about 6,000. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.